أهلاً بكم في المنتدى العالمي الأول لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية.
Welcome to the first Global Food Regulatory Science Symposium.
Bienvenue au premier symposium mondial sur les sciences réglementaires des
أهلاً
aliments.
بكم في المنتدى العالمي الأول لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية.
Welcome to the
Good morning. How are you? أهلا وسهلا. صباح الخير. حالك شلونك؟ الحمد لله. سلمك الله.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, and welcome to this second day of the first Global Food Regulatory Science Symposium. In fact, actually, it is the third day if we count the 17th of November. So we will be continuing our symposium with a workshop dedicated today to the best practices in food regulatory management and their enablers. Today's workshop will offer us an opportunity to receive some updates from a number of food regulatory jurisdictions on their food regulatory activities and programs. And we will be focusing on enablers of food regulatory programs, and particularly on food and feed testing. And in this regard, we will have updates from the AOAC International on their activities. We will offer also some updates on food safety laboratory capacity building programs that have been implemented in different parts of the world, and particularly in Africa. And hopefully we will witness today also a report on the launch of a new section of AOAC International in the Arab region. So we will start without further ado with the first session of the day dedicated to updates on food regulatory systems and food regulatory activities in different parts of the world. And I am privileged to have with us and to welcome Dr. Pamela Byrne, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Food Safety Authority in the Republic of Ireland. Pamela is quite well known to this forum in Dubai, to the Dubai International Food Safety Conference, has participated in a number of these events. And Pam is also a member of the board and a founding member and vice president of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. Pam will give us an update on the latest developments in the European food regulatory landscape. Pam, thank you for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Samuel, and just give me one moment to arrange some of the technology. So good morning, everybody. It's such a privilege to be here in the room. It's been about 20 months since I've traveled anywhere around the world, and that's been very different because, as Sam said, I've been here a number of times before, and part of my job is really to go around and speak about what we do in Ireland, but also to advocate for strong food safety control systems right across the world, because I think we can all benefit from that. It's an absolute privilege, as I said, to be here, but it's equally a privilege to talk to you here online. And I see that we have about 63 participants, and I'm sure over the course of the next number of hours we'll have some more. But I was here yesterday and I heard some very, very interesting discussions about the importance of risk analysis and particularly risk assessment, and particularly focusing in on food consumption databases. I apologize to those of you who I have my back to in the room, but it's just a little bit challenging. But let's kick off. So as Sam said, I'm here today just to share with you some of the latest developments in the European food regulatory landscape. Okay. Let's go this way. So the agenda really for our discussion today is, these are just going a little bit faster than I expected. So just to share with you a little bit about the policy environment, which really is setting the legislative agenda both at an international level, at a European level, and also equally at a national level. To share with you a little bit more detail about the changes in general food law in Europe, particularly on the transparency regulation, some words on the official control regulation in Europe, and indeed also then one of the more recent additions to the legal framework in Europe, which is around food safety culture, a critically important area for us to start thinking about. So to kick off the policy environment, I think it's fair to say that our global food system, and I'm sure you're very familiar with this visual, but it does describe at a very high level the complexity of the global food system that we're operating in. And that global food system was really challenged and tested over the last 20 months with COVID-19. And of course, critically important to nourish our populations is food, but it's even more important that that food is safe, and insofar as it can possibly be nutritious. And we had some discussions about that yesterday. It is within this complex global food system that we as regulators, you as industry, and indeed also consumers are engaged in, and of course consumers are even more engaged than they've ever been before. But at a very, very high level, at an international level, what's guiding us at the moment is the UN sustainability, the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, of which there are 17, and many countries have signed up to those Sustainable Development Goals. And indeed, also within this international context is, and most recently, COP26, and a number of the commitments that were made there, but also indeed commitments that were made previously at various different other climate action events. And most recently, in the context of our direct area of interest, is around the Food System Summit, which was held in New York in September of this year. Here are just some quotes from some of the discussion that happened. Safe and nutritious food provides not only life and health, but also hope. And I think it's fair to say that during COVID-19, in fact, food did provide hope for many people. It was the thing that we all went to. It was the thing that nourished us. It was the thing that sustained us. And it was also, it brought families back together again, because people were obviously connecting more with their food as they were cooking food in their home. But a serious communication from COP26 is unlikely to achieve its aims without more sustainable, inclusive and resilient food systems. So this is the international context within which we're operating at the moment. And of course, that has been very much the guiding light for the European Commission. And in 2019, they signed, the College of Commissioners in the European Commission signed the EU Green Deal. It's about improving the well-being of people, making Europe climate neutral and protecting our natural habitat with good for people, planet and the economy. And particularly no one is going to be left behind. The EU has set a very ambitious goal for itself. It will become climate neutral by 2050. And in fact, by 2030, it'll have reduced by 55% its greenhouse gases. It will protect human life, animals and plants by cutting pollution. It will help companies become world leaders in clean technologies and products. And it will also ensure a just and inclusive transition. And this last one is particularly important for the European Commission. But coming from the European Green Deal is a significant number of different policies, strategies, initiatives, and all of these around this particular slide are connected to the food system. When you look at the transition to the circular economy, it's about the outputs of one particular supply chain feeding into another supply chain. And in fact, those can be food supply chains. Sustainable transport will have an impact on farming. Achieving climate neutrality will have a significant impact on food production systems. Clean, reliable, and affordable energy is also something that's really important from a food production perspective, and balancing and trading off against what the land and our natural resources are being used for. And of course, aspiring to be a zero pollution Europe is critically important, as well as the fact that we're going to modernize and are in the process of modernizing the Common Agricultural Policy, which is a significant policy which supports farming and production of food within the European jurisdiction. But as I said earlier on, leaving no one behind is a critically important component of this. So this is not about the elite, it's not about big businesses, it's not about all of, I suppose, money necessarily moving things forward, but it's making sure that everybody in society is included in this transition to a better world into the future. I'm just going to focus in a little bit on one that's critically important from the context of food safety, and it is the Farm to Fork strategy. And back in the early part of 2020, the European Commission published the Farm to Fork strategy, which has four core aims at its heart. It's about sustainable food production, minimizing food loss and waste, ensuring sustainable food consumption, and sustainable food processing and distribution. And the food consumption very much related to the conversation we had yesterday. But very importantly, it's about a fair, healthy, and environmentally friendly food system. It's incredibly ambitious to achieve such a thing. It is at the heart, as I said, of the European Green Deal, and it addresses comprehensively the challenges of sustainable food systems and recognizes inextricably the links between healthy people, healthy societies, and a healthy planet. It will enable, and I said, go back to this just transition to a sustainable European Union food system that safeguards food security and ensures access to healthy diets sourced from a healthy planet. This has very much been the guiding light for the Irish government, and we've just recently launched the Food Vision 2030, which sets an ambitious for Irish agri-food to be a world leader in sustainable food systems in 2030. So as you can see, the international is very much driving the agenda at a European level, and that is permeating down through into member states of the European. But I know that every country across the world is talking about this. Every country across the world is trying to grapple with, how do we do this? How do we make it fair? How do we make it healthy? And how do we make it environmentally friendly? Critically important is the food system for all of our survival. I just want to draw your attention a little bit to what do we mean by sustainability, because it means different things to different people. But the European Commission within the Farm to Fork strategy has captured it in essence within this visual. It is about economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, and social sustainability. And within the context of social sustainability, it talks about inclusiveness, just transition, but particularly important, public health and nutrition, and even more important to us here today and those of you online, food safety and food security. Food security was threatened within the COVID-19 pandemic, and it still is in many communities right across the world, and it's something that has really come to the forefront in our thinking since the pandemic began. Important in all of this is about the maintenance of high food safety standards and that those are not compromised. And this is something I, as a regulator in Ireland, and indeed my colleagues across Europe and indeed across the world, have to make sure that there isn't a complacency that builds in on food safety, that it isn't just about sustainability, because in the end of the day, if it's not safe, it's not food. It doesn't matter whether it's produced sustainably or whether it is nutritious. If it's not safe, it's not food at the core. And I think this is something that we all need to make sure that we maintain that commitment and focus to the safety of our food. The overall goals of the Farm to Fork strategy are about reducing the environmental and climate footprint of the food system, leading a global transition towards competitive sustainability from farm to fork. So you can see that the European Commission expects and intends and will continue to build partnerships and collaborations across the world to drive this competitive sustainability transition at a global level. It's about tapping into new opportunities, new foods, new production systems, new types of foods, new types of systems, processes, and services, and ultimately creating a robust and resilient food system. It is going to have and intends to have a neutral or positive environmental impact on food production through preserving and restoring the land and sea-based resources, which are constantly under threat, mitigating climate change and adapting it to its impact, reversing the loss in biodiversity. In the context of ensuring food security and public health, it's about access for everyone to sufficient, nutritious, sustainable, and affordable food. We're making sure that we don't compromise on the standards of the safety and the quality with respect to plant health, animal health and welfare, etc. So there is this commitment to maintain this high standard and continue to drive a high standard. And you'll see this principle permeating through some of the legislative instruments that are now emerging. Preserving also the affordability of food. And this is really about making sure that not alone are we producing safe food as a nutritious food, but that it is accessible to all. It's about promoting fair trade right across the world and making sure that we are able to maintain that global food system, because I think it's very clear that we've relied on that global food system very much so, particularly within COVID-19, but it is particularly vulnerable to the shocks, and we've seen how vulnerable it has been to the shock of COVID-19. And ensuring integrity, particularly of the single market within Europe, is a key critical principle. But importantly, and the Commission keep reiterating this, and we keep reiterating this as thought leaders within the food safety space, that food security and food safety are cornerstones of our food system and should never and will never be compromised. And this is critically important. In some ways that they're going to reach these goals, because these are really ambitious goals, incredibly challenging. And of course, when you think about the number of actors, even within the European Union food system, it is really complex, and it does require partnership and it does require collaboration. It's about reducing risks, reducing the use and the risk and the dependency on pesticides. It's about revising animal welfare legislation, revising the feed additives regulation, establishing nutrient profiles for foods, stimulating reformulation of processed foods, so reducing salt, reducing fat, reducing sugar, revising, very importantly, the legislation on food contact materials to make sure that anything coming into contact with our food is safe. It's about putting a proposal for mandatory front of pack labeling. And I know this is something that I heard a little bit of conversation about yesterday. And indeed, there are many front of pack labeling systems right across the world. And of course, this creates confusion in some respects for consumers, because consumers should be able to read what information they get. It should be simple for them, and it should communicate to them the important aspects of that food within the context of nutrition. It's not about marketing. It is about making sure that they have the information they need to make the informed choice. There will be a proposal to require origin labeling for certain additional foods. So one of the things consumers are demanding every day is, where does my food come from? How is it produced? From what animal? From what farm? By what farmer? Or by what fisher? And it's important that people understand where their food comes from, because I think again, and make sure that they then, I suppose, recognize the value that's in that food, because particularly important is that we also want to reduce food waste and we want to prevent food loss. And if you understand the value of how your food is produced and the costs associated with that, I think then we might just think about food in a different way. It's also about revising date marking rules because there is confusion. Best before, used by. Consumers are confused, and it's up to us as regulators to make sure that it's clear to them as to what this information on the label means. So these are just some of the ways, but there are near enough, I think, about 20 legislative instruments proposed within the Farm to Fork strategy, which will effectively drive the legislative agenda over the course of the next number of years, and indeed way beyond that at a European level, and that will have a significant impact on national legislative systems. And it's something that my organisation is looking very carefully at in terms of what do we have to do to make sure our control systems are fit for purpose for indeed reaching these very ambitious goals within the Farm to Fork strategy. I'll call out one in particular because this may be of interest to you. It's around legislative framework for sustainable food systems. The objective is to accelerate and facilitate the transition to sustainable food systems and to ensure that all foods placed on the EU market become increasingly sustainable. It's based to ensure policy coherence at an EU and national level and to mainstream sustainability into food-related principles. So effectively, all of that legislative framework and the policy framework that's been setting the food safety agenda for many years now will start to think about how do we build and mainstream sustainability into these policies, and how does that then those policies get delivered through legislative initiatives and indeed also non-legislative instruments as well. It will set out a comprehensive set of general principles and requirements on the sustainability of food systems to strengthen the resilience of that system. And there will be a Commission proposal by 2023, but already the European Commission is carrying out impact assessments. It's listening to the voices of stakeholders to understand what the impact on businesses, on consumers will be with the advent of this legislative framework. And this is just one example. I mentioned already food contact materials, and also in addition, there's a significant amount of work going on front of pack labeling and all the nutrient profiles. So that gives you a sense of the policy environment at an international, a European, and a member state level at a European context. But I just wanted to just take a moment to just focus in on a couple of things that have changed fundamentally over the last number of years. On this one, general food law is effectively the cornerstone of the European food safety system. It was agreed in 2002. It has gone through some minor iterations over the last number of years. But in 2014, the European Commission took it upon itself to have a deep look at the general food law and to understand whether or not it was delivering in its objectives around the principle of risk analysis and also the setting up of the European Food Safety Authority. And I know this is something that we mentioned a little bit more about yesterday. But in Europe, it is the cornerstone of our European food law system. And the REFIT program, effectively the evaluation of that general food law, looked at it from the relevance, its effectiveness, its efficiency, its coherence, and whether or not it was adding value. We're all in an environment where there's a significant legal framework within which we operate, but is it really adding any value? Are we getting what we expected out of it? The main findings of that is that it's still relevant, so it's still a good body of legislation. It has achieved in the main its core objectives. There were no real systematic failures, but it's really not adequate to address the new challenges of sustainability, climate change, biodiversity, etc., that we talked about at the international level just a moment ago. So this is what it said through its evaluation, that it needed to be improved, better traceability, so really traceability from farm to fork, right through from farmer to the table, looking at clear responsibilities for food business operators, making sure there was better transparency, because there was a sense, right or wrong, that in fact the information that was being used for risk assessments wasn't absolutely crystal clear, and everybody didn't have sight of that information. And therefore, what emerged through the risk analysis framework then was called into question. Information for consumers, also including nutrition. So these were some of the improvements, the main improvements that the European Commission identified through its evaluation of general food law since 2014. So since then, effectively, we've been just introducing an awful lot of those changes. And really, the main change that I wanted to talk to you about today is with respect to the European Food Safety Authority, EFSA. It is very much about more transparency, and we describe this as the transparency and sustainability regulation. It's about more transparency, better access to scientific studies for EFSA, but also for everybody to see those scientific studies. And if industry is carrying out a study, it has to register that study, and those data become then available for use for the risk assessment. More reliable, more independent studies. So again, greater access to relevant studies and evidence to make sure that the risk assessment is as robust as it possibly can be. It's based on the most up-to-date and the best science. Better governance as well. So EU member states are now going to have a greater contribution to the governance of the European Food Safety Authority, as well as to the scientific panels that are set up under EFSA. And critically important, and we always talk about effective risk communication, but every time I look back, we always talk about we could have done it better. This is really about setting a better, more structured, more robust framework for risk communication right across Europe and indeed beyond, because of course we're operating in a global food system and we need to be able to communicate within and outside of the European Union to make sure that we're collectively able to remove risk when it does get into the system. Improved coordination leading to better communication to public. So the EFSA has been working really hard over the last 3 or 4 years, and I sit on the EFSA Advisory Forum at the moment, and every meeting, and we have 4 a year, we get an update on the implementation of this transparency regulation within the EFSA framework. So you're going to start to see big differences in terms of how EFSA engages, the data that's available, how the risk is communicated. So make sure you watch out and are connected regularly to what's going on at EFSA, because they are also working globally to make sure that there is coherence in the risk assessment. I just want to focus in a little bit now on the official control regulation. So in 2017, following a number of years of discussion at European level, the European Commission, the European Union decided to adopt its official control regulation. And now we have what we describe affectionately as OCR 625 within my organization. And we've been preparing and are still implementing this legislation at a national level, but indeed also our colleagues across the member states. But it is fundamentally risk-based, and it always has been, but it's improved and strengthened the risk basis of the official control system. It's broader scope, so it now includes plants, animals, etc. It's also calls for more transparency, so publishing information with respect to official control systems in member states and at a European level. It's about the alignment of various different types of controls and trying to simplify them, but for food business operators, making sure that it's very clear what they're required to do, both to import food and to export food, and indeed also increasing efficiency. Because I'm sure, like in Ireland and indeed at European level, there is a limit to the resources that we have available in order for us to be able to do our job. And we need to make sure that we're using our resources in the areas of highest risk and to the best effect. It calls out, and I won't go into detail on any of these, but a number of specific areas within the official control regulation about border control posts and what happens there, about import documentation and simplifying and streamlining what documentation is required, and the systems through which you input that information so that that information is accessible to many different entities across the European Union. It is strengthening the systems on food fraud, and this is an area within Ireland that we've been working very hard on over the last number of years to try and understand what kind of a control system you need to put in place in order to be able to detect food fraud and then also manage for it and control for it, so that you don't find yourself always reacting to issues of food fraud, but that you're proactively going after and identifying issues. It's about integrating data systems. So we have many data systems, as I'm sure you do here. It's about bringing them all together so that we can make the best possible use of the data that we're collecting and that we're generating from that data and those integrated systems insight that's going to be able to help us do our jobs better. Talking also about EU reference laboratories and strengthening the reference laboratory network at a European level, and it's about putting in place 2 new reference centres, one on animal welfare and one on food authenticity and integrity, and these are going to be led, the second one is going to be led by the Joint Research Centre. Again, critically important, because in order for us to be able to understand whether a product is what it says it is, we need to be able to analyze it. And analyzing it is quite difficult because new methodologies are required and new analytical techniques, etc. And I think also something that we have seen a huge increase over the last 20 months, in fact, is the rise in e-commerce. So food being traded online. So much food now is being traded through social media platforms. And this is becoming something that regulatory authorities are going to need to understand. Businesses are innovating. They are producing food. They're distributing through channels that we don't fully understand. And indeed, that is something that we really have to work hard on trying to understand how we can do that. I want to finally finish on another piece of legislation that has really just come into play in March of 2021. And it is adapting the food hygiene regulations at a European level, which basically set out the framework for, how do you produce hygienic and safe food. But it's a particularly important area which is just really emerging over the last couple of years. It's around building a better culture of food safety into your businesses. And indeed, on Thursday of this week, the Food Safety Consultative Council of the Food Safety Authority of Ireland held an open meeting with businesses. We had about 800 businesses coming online. There's a recording of that I can send around to all participants that you can then view on our media channels. But this is a really interesting move, I think, from the European Commission, and indeed, of course, it's very much linked to that drive at a US level as well, which is talking about building a better culture of food safety. But what is it? Because culture is something we all know that drives the success of businesses, of organizations, but in the context of food safety, what is it? It's the attitudes, the beliefs, the values that are shared by all people within a food company, from the leadership at the top to those driving the trucks and distributing the products. How many times have we seen and heard food business owners talking about how important food safety is, but the person driving the truck doesn't understand it, they just don't get it, or indeed the reverse. The person in the truck gets it, but the leadership doesn't understand it or isn't driving it. But consumers should always be able to trust that businesses produce food that is safe, it's trustworthy, and they expect that there's a strong food safety culture. They don't forgive businesses who don't have safe food and who don't put safe food on the market. It's not about only doing the right thing when the food inspector is on site, it's about doing the right thing all of the time. In essence, it's about how we make safe food around here. And this needs to be the mantra of every employee in every food business that's putting a product on the market in whatever way it's putting it on the market, either selling it in a restaurant, at a retail, or business to business. Because of course we know that global food system is very much based on trust, but it's also based on standards, it's based on commitment, and it's based on a demonstration that in fact we are doing the right thing around here and we are making sure that the food that we're producing is safe. I just wanted to share this final slide with you. On Thursday, this gentleman, Brian Hyland, who's the Group Director for Food Safety, Quality and Animal Welfare in a very large meat processing facility or business in Ireland, which also has businesses in the UK. He talks about the challenges faced by the food industry have never been greater, and I think everybody would attest to that. Our customers and consumers of our products are expecting the highest possible levels of transparency as to the origins of their food. They are expecting that the products to be completely safe for them and their families to consume, and they're expecting that all aspects of our processes in Dawn Meats are to the highest possible standards at all stages, and that they can trust us as a business. Now, this is a business that has been growing and growing and growing. It is a substantial contributor to the Irish agri-food sector, both from an imports and an exports point of view. But this is their journey on the left-hand side, and I thought it was just useful because sometimes you think about, how do I do this? How do we do this in a business? But equally, how does a regulator look at this in a business? And I think that's going to be the challenge. How do we as regulators verify that there is a food safety culture in a business? So it is about the business setting out its own food safety culture, about describing it from the top to the bottom. It's about commitment from the top, but right throughout the organization, consistent ongoing communication, delivering on your objectives and measuring your targets. It's engagement with your staff, talking to them about what matters. And if they have a problem, them feeling empowered to speak up about that issue. And I will say this in just a moment on this one. In the FSAI, we have found ourselves, we have whistleblowing legislation in Ireland, and indeed that has served us as an organisation very well. in that employees or ex-employees of food companies can blow the whistle literally on bad practices in their business, in the business. So over the last number of years, we've identified that there is, issues within certain companies. We've gone into those companies and investigated. And in fact, deliberately, those companies have set in place systems that have effectively led to almost a veneer of a good food safety culture on the outside, but when you start to dig deep, that's not the reality. I think that legislation is also starting to emerge as a mechanism by which industry, employees within industry can tell the regulator when things are going wrong. Because as we all know, regulators aren't in every food business every day. But it's also about recognizing staff for doing the right thing. So not just turning the other way or closing your eyes when you see something going wrong. It's about identifying there's something wrong, speaking up and being recognized for doing that, because that is really where you come back to the attitudes and the beliefs and the values. It's also about recognizing that there are challenges. Like every day a business and every day every organization, is exposed to certain challenges. But it is about innovating around those challenges, coming up with new ways of dealing with problems. And of course, digital transformation, which we're going to hear about over the course of this workshop, is driving an awful lot of what's moving at a European level, at a national level in businesses and in other organizations, but also it's a journey. It never stops. Anybody in any organization who thinks you've got culture done is wrong, because culture never stops. That journey is continuous and you have to continuously improve. And that is the basis really of having a strong food safety culture in your business, that it is about looking for opportunities to improve and continuously doing so. Just some takeaways. The policy environment is changing internationally and it is setting the legislative agenda regionally and nationally. Consumers are demanding transparency in risk assessment and in decision making. Official control systems are now end-to-end and risk-based, requiring data and evidence to inform and drive decision making. And food safety culture, regulatory compliance is just not enough anymore. Thank you very much for listening. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Pam. And I believe we should take some questions, whether be it from the room or from elsewhere. So please.
First of all, I would like to thank you on behalf of Dubai Municipality and welcome you back here in Dubai.
Thank you.
We had a lot of cooperation the last 4 years. And also, I have 2 points. One about the footprint of red meat production. As we know, Ireland is one of the biggest meat producers. But in the late years, there is a big challenge on reducing the footprint for meat production. And also, it has a lot of steps from the feed production, the animal themselves, how they consume the feed and how they produce heat, and some of the, like for the dairy cattle. Also, the waste that coming out from the farm itself, and meat processing and the meat plant, and also the waste and the water usage. There's a big challenges in this whole process in meat production. I knew that you said that we need to have it as a sustainable system, but I think it's also good to listen to the other part of the, and not as a regulatory only, also from the producers themselves. And by the end of your lecture, you said that we need to think about innovations. I think it's very important to gather all these points and to have a conclusion, because till now, we need to know how that we will success in reducing the footprint of meat production. The second point, in the Food Summit 2018 was in Denmark. And they said that there is some farms started to be for insects, to produce protein from insects for human consumption. What is the situation in Ireland and the regulatory situation about this exactly?
Okay, so huge amounts in all of that, and thank you so much for welcoming me back. It's a delight, as I said, to be back. So let's just focus on the beef and the production of meat in Ireland. So I mentioned, but very quickly during my talk, that the Irish government, along with the industry and other stakeholders, including environmental stakeholders and other state agencies, including the Environmental Protection Agency, recently published their vision to 2030, which was called Food Vision 2030. And in that, it sets out an ambition for Ireland to be a global leader in sustainable food systems by 2030. So what does that mean in reality, which is your question? How do you do that? I think it is about collaboration. It is about listening to all of the different voices, but particularly listening to all of the science and the evidence as well that's emerging on climate change, on biodiversity, on innovations about how do we perhaps reduce methane production in the herd. And there's an awful lot of innovation going on. So most recently there was a discussion, well, there was a paper that talked about using seaweed to reduce methane production in the herd, and that's something that probably will be tried. But Ireland has, at the moment, a very strong sustainability programme. It's called Origin Green, and I can send around the link to colleagues. I'll put it in the chat in a moment. But Origin Green is effectively a sustainability programme that is driven by the Irish government. And it does ask companies to identify what measures they're going to take in order for them to produce food more sustainably. Now that's individual companies, individual farmers. And I think what we need to move to now is a system where we start to get a really good understanding of how, with those partners working together, that we can really achieve a sustainable food system. Because when you look at the global food system, you could replicate that at a national level, I think, and you could say, well, there's that level of complexity even within a national food system. And then you think about, how do I scale this globally? There's a lot of work to be done. It does require investment, both at farm and in businesses. It does require a lot of investment in research and innovation. And of course, in Europe and in Ireland, we're very privileged to have access to significant research funds that are based on collaboration and partnership. And so there's a lot of work being done. We're not there yet, and the industry recognizes this, but the state has invested in a lot of programs, initiatives to support farmers, for them to understand how they can move to a more sustainable production system. I think what we have to do, and you saw it in the Farm to Fork Sustainable Consumption, is also important. So you can produce food sustainably from the farm or from the sea, but then we need to consume it sustainably as well. And I think it is about the understanding what measures we can take as individuals, what measures we can take as businesses, and also at a government level that will minimize food waste. And there's a significant piece of work going on in Ireland at the moment, I'm sure in many other places, about food loss and prevention. We're about to launch a food loss prevention program through another government department. And that's something that we're working with our partners across government on, because we want to make sure that if food is left in the system and it is distributed, it's distributed safely. So I speak about, and maybe you have it here as well, we have Food Cloud in Ireland. It's effectively a company, it's a not-for-profit organization where retailers can let this company know that they have food products left on their shelves that are still within their use by date, and they distribute them then to people who need food, so making sure that food is accessible to all. So there's lots of different measures, and I think what's going to be the opportunity rather than the challenge will be, how do we bring it all together? On your second question in relation to insects, obviously EFSA has produced an opinion in terms of the safety of insects, and this is where it comes, I think, down to culture. Because in Ireland, we have never consumed insects as part of our food system. We're a country that has, I suppose, survived on meat and bread and potatoes and vegetables, and obviously our food system is much more diverse now. I think it's going to take some time. But all I need to know as a regulator is that, first of all, it's safe, that there's no issues with respect to its safety as a food product, and then making sure that the process through which it is produced is in accordance with the legislation, and that consumers then know how to handle it when they're storing it or when they're using it. But I do think it's going to come into part of our food system because it is a core element of sustainability into the future. So not just yet in Ireland, but probably in the future.
Thank you very much, Pam. We're going to take a question from the online system, if that's okay. So basically, excellent presentation, Pam. And question, has Brexit affected food regulatory management in Ireland and the EU, especially in the meat sector? And if so, in what way?
So I think it would be, and maybe I just need to start off with this as a clear statement. Ireland, along with all of the other member states of the European Union, we're very disappointed, but we do respect the decision of the United Kingdom to leave the European Union. We have very strong relationships with our colleagues across the water. We have such a shared history between the two islands. And indeed, we have on the island of Ireland a very strong relationship with the Food Standards Agency in Northern Ireland. And that's really important for us to maintain that relationship because it is critically important. And we've both agreed, and we have a memorandum of understanding between the two organizations that effectively says, if there's a risk, well, then we'll work together to remove that risk. So particularly within the meat sector, I mean, I suppose we're all at a European level, and particularly in Ireland, we have ramped up significantly our import control systems, both in terms of infrastructure and resources. So lots of people have come into the system, inspectors who are going to be inspecting imported food. And the UK is a third country now, and therefore has to comply with third country rules from a European Union context. So we've built up our import systems, infrastructure and resources. And then also we are working with our European colleagues as well to make sure that the legal framework is the right legal framework for us. But of course, it's a very political engagement at the moment, and that's something that the European Union and the Commission indeed are speaking to the UK government about at the moment. My focus and my organization's focus is very much to make sure that the risk or any risk that emerges in the market for consumers is removed as quickly as possible. And I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you. I'm going to get one last question. So, I'm going to go to you, Zainab.
Okay. Thank you, Pam, for this great presentation. I would like to know, please, how are you going to implement this F2F strategy for knowing that few countries in Europe have actually this system from F2F food system? Does that mean that you will encourage or migrate food farm to fork food safety system?
So it's a really good question because one of the reasons I showed you the international and the European policy environment was for you to get a sense of the complexity. So farm to fork is one of the instruments within the European Green Deal. So on its own, it won't achieve the ambitions. It is only collectively. And I think therein lies an opportunity. How do we bring all of this together to achieve the overall goals of the Green Deal? And then specifically within farm to fork, I think it would be fair to say that our regulatory system in Europe has been built around the concept of farm to fork, albeit that our control system has only just been really adapted to be farm to fork fully inclusive. At a national level, there is a conversation to be had even within Ireland as to how do we do this? How do we all collectively look at, and my organization is starting to look at, if you reduce pesticides, for example, what do you replace them with? Because pesticides have a function. They perform a particular job. And we need to make sure that in the drive to reduce pesticide use, that we don't then need to increase in issues from a food production, from a food safety perspective. Equally, if you transfer land from traditional production systems to organic, what impact is that having on the soil? Is that having an impact on anything in the context of food safety? So I think it's watching what's going on, but also not just watching from a passive perspective, but really engaging with the policymakers who are making the decisions. Because I think we all have to recognize that, and we all know this, an ecosystem is a very fragile system, and if you shock a system, then something can go wrong. And our biggest challenge is really understanding if you reduce, for example, pesticides, what might happen on the food safety side. And I suppose this goes back to what I talked about, if it's not safe, it's not food. And at the core of any sustainable food system has to be food safety. So I think what our challenge is as food safety experts and regulators is to make sure that that message doesn't get lost in the drive towards sustainability. We are starting to look at this across Europe. We have a small working group of interested parties across Europe looking at sustainability and what does that mean. And we're having to bring in sustainability experts because we're food safety experts, we're not sustainability experts. And of course, this is where we start to get interesting discussions around from their perspective, from our perspective, and how do we reach consensus, I suppose, in terms of how do we move forward. As well as that, the European Commission, as I said, is doing a lot of assessments, so impact assessments, it's doing stakeholder engagement surveys, etc. And the Commission will, as they have done before, gather up all of the insight and the inputs. It will produce a proposal, and then that will be debated by the 27 member states. And once it's debated and agreed, then that will become the legal framework, which we then have to implement at a national level. And the idea that every country will implement it at a national level, but that the impact of it will be at a European level. So there's a way to go. Kind of actually, there's a good number of years to go before we get this right, but I think we're starting in the right place with the right intention. And I just hope we can all collectively stay the course. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Pam, and please join me in thanking Pam once again. We're running a little bit late in the program, but it's okay because these are important updates, I think, for of the food regulatory landscape internationally. And we're going to move now to China, and standing in for Dr. Fang Yongxiang from the China National Center of Food Safety Risk Assessment. We have with us Dr. Qian Jing. Qian Jing is in fact the coordinator for Asia, so essentially the CC Asia coordinator at the Codex level, and at the same time also Qian Jing assumes responsibility functions for the Secretariat of China National Codex Committees, as well as the Secretariat for the Codex Committee on Food Additives, and acts as a researcher within the China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. Qian Jing, thank you for being with us and providing us with updates on the activities and future directions of China's National Center of Food Safety Risk Assessment.
Thank you, Samuel. Thank you for your introduction. And I'm Qian Jing from China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. I'm very glad to join the hybrid meeting and would like to share some activities and progress of our center. I would like to make introduction from the three aspects. First part is related to the introduction of our center. The second part is the main activities and the progress of our center. The third part is related to the 14th five-year plan of CIFSA from 2021 to 2025. So this is, sorry. So this is the food safety control framework in China. In China, the ministries related to food safety functions involved in 4 ministries. MARA is the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs, which is responsible for establishing standards and pesticide and veterinary drug and GMO. And SAMR is the state administration for market regulating, and which is responsible for regulating enforcement. And NHC is National Health Commission, and which is responsible for assessment, surveillance, standard setting, pre-market approval for food additives, food control, food contact materials, and some novel food. And another ministry is the GAC, which is responsible for exporting and importing matters. And we also have State Food Safety Council, which is responsible to coordinate the food safety matters among the different ministries. And the Secretariat of the Council is located at SAMR, and our center belongs to National Health Commission. And our center was set up on 2011. It's regulated by food safety law. So this year is the 10th anniversary of our center. It's a very young center. And as mentioned before, our center is belong to the National Health Commission. And by now there are almost 200 staffs together. So the roles of our center is to provide the scientific and technical support to policymakers and food safety standard setting body. Our work revolves around this core task, including the risk assessment, risk surveillance, risk communication, and food standards. And the goal is to serve the government providing some technical support and serve to the industry, enhancing the food industry development, and serve the public, raising the public acknowledge. This is the structure of our center. They have been divided into two parts. One is supporting divisions, is related to human sources, finance, and some logistical supporting. And the other is technical divisions, which corresponds to our different tasks. It includes 9 divisions, and we also have 3 laboratories, and we also have 3 scientific committees, which are composed of the experts from the different ministries, different industry, and academic institution, which could review some standards, risk assessment results, and pre-market products for new food additives, food contact materials, and new food, novel food. And this is food safety regulation structure in China. In fact, it has included 3 levels. The first level is food safety law, and second is regulation, and the third level is food safety standards. So food safety law is responsible from the People's Congress is very high level, and the regulations were announced by different ministries, and the food safety standards are issued by NHC and the Ministry of Agriculture together. So the regulations are the administrative measures, and food safety standards are tactical measures. So in accordance with the requirements of food safety law, we should establish a food safety surveillance system to monitoring foodborne disease, food contaminants, and other hazards in food. We also should establish a food safety risk assessment system to use a scientific tool to carry out some assessment on the biological, chemical hazards in food, food additives, food contact materials, and others based on the food safety surveillance data and scientific data and other information. And we also should establish food safety standards based on the food safety risk assessment results and results of edible agriculture products, and also should refer to international risk assessment results. According to the requirement of food law, our center has developed two monitoring network. One is National Hazard Monitoring Network, which is covering all provinces. Another one is a foodborne illness monitoring system, including 50,000 of medical institutions. And by now, it has generated 30 million of data, which is the basis of our risk assessment. So this is the outline, a summary of our food safety risk assessment carried out by our center. And by now we have carried out more than 100 cases, and such as aluminum containing food additives, lead in formula, cadmium in rice, and plasticide control in alcohol. And we also have almost 500 new substances pre-market review. And these data resources are from the surveillance from the China Total Diet Study in Chinese Food Consumption Survey and the National Food Talks Program. And this part chart is seems that the contaminants, food additives, microorganisms are high priority for risk assessment. So our national food safety standard system include several contents like contaminants, pathogens, food additives, specification for certain food standards, specification for food additives, food contact materials, pesticide, veterinary drug residues, nutrients for infant formula and FSCU, and good hygiene practice and guidance, labeling requirement and analysis methods. So this is the national food safety standard system. And from this system, it seems that our standards have been divided into 4 parts. One is horizontal standards, such as the contaminant standards, microbial standards, and food additives, pesticide residues, veterinary drugs labeling. This belongs to horizontal standards. And other part is the product standards, which includes 3 parts, food products like dairy, meat, beverages, and others, and food additive specification, and food contact materials for plastic, metals, and so on. And the 3rd part is code of practice. This part is ensure all the production could be produced during the code of good practices. And the last part is testing methods, including physical, chemical, microbiological, and toxicology methods. So by now, we have issued more than 1,300 food safety standards, and is covered over 20,000 indicators gathered. So we think it could ensure the food safety from farm to table by now. So it's the elaboration progress from the food safety standard setting progress. So we can see it could consider from two parts. First is annual plan making. All proposals for standards should be reviewed by the expert committee to ensure the annual plan making. And the other part is from standard drafted to the standards published. It should be reviewed by 2 rounds technical review. And this technical review has been done by experts committees, and is also will be circulation for comments and WTO notification, ensure the standards established by transparency measures. And another review is Secretary General's review, is review from the social influence. So by this process, it's confirmed that the standards could be done by scientific methods. And at the same time, in order to understand the implementation of national food safety standards, we also designed the online questionnaire for all stakeholders to comment online. So from the result, it can be seen that the responders believe that our current national food safety standards can cover over 95% products, and the standards necessity, scientificity, and feasibility scores more than 4.3. So it seemed our system is necessary, scientific, and justificable. So the last part is related to 14th five-year plan of CIFSA, and it's the framework of our next five-year plan. It includes the 5 parts. First is the main line. Since our center is very young, so our main aim is to build an innovative and domestic first-class technical center for food safety and applied nutrition. And we have 2 projects. Is related to our construction land, and the other is the key laboratory construction project. And we also have 3 innovation. Is focused on in-depth integration and innovation. We want to build a big data center for food safety and applied nutrition, and also have for foundation is emphasize the work network, is the cooperation with government institution at all levels, build a national and international cooperation network. And the last is Falcon tasks, which focus on food safety standards, risk assessment, risk surveillance, risk communication, and applied nutrition. I would like to focus on the 5 main tasks for food safety standards. As mentioned before, since we have issued 1,300 food safety standards, and I think it could cover the main food safety concern. So in the next 5 years, our main work is focused on how to improve the standard making ability and how to improve standard quality. So we would like to optimize the working mechanism and improve the management quality. And for risk surveillance, it's very important to deeply utilize the monitoring data and improve risk early warning ability. Since our surveillance data is the basis of risk assessment, so how to utilize it is very important for us next 5 years. And risk communication is to carry out social influence assessment and research and establish mechanisms and strategies to prevent and resolve social risks. And for risk assessment, its main point is to develop, curate, and quantitative the assessment method and characterization technology. So for applied nutrition, since we have national nutrition strategy plan, so the next 5 years, the main work will focus on how to implement a national nutrition strategy plan and make some revisement the food safety standards on nutrition and special dietary standards. So that's all I want to share with in this webinar, and thank you for your attention. Over to Samuel.
Thank you very much, Tianjing. We are running quite a bit late, actually, behind schedule, but I will still take one question for Tianjing if there was one. Otherwise, I'm not seeing any immediate question, neither in the room nor in the Q&A. So again, thank you for joining us from Beijing, Tianjing, and all our regards to the entire team at the CFSA. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So thank you. We will continue our program, and now we're going to come back to the region with an update from the National Food Safety Authority of Egypt, and we are delighted to have with us Dr. Rasha Galal, who is the head of the Special Foods Division within the National Food Safety Authority of Egypt. And Dr. Galal will give us an update on the activities of the section and any food regulatory developments in this regard. So, Rasha, the floor is yours. Yeah, the clicker.
Good morning to everyone, and first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Sam for giving me this opportunity to present what's been happening in Egypt the past couple of years. So I will just give a brief on the updates on the management and standards in the department I am leading, and how we use portion control as a regulatory risk management instrument for bioactive substance in food, and specifically in caffeinated energy drinks. First of all, a brief about the Egyptian National Food Safety Authority. It was founded in January 2017 to handle all food safety related issues which were previously handled by different control bodies, and this led to many issues. So the best solution was to gather all these activities within one authority. And the Special Food Department followed in August 2018. The strategy of the department is to issue licenses to the categories which are defined as special food Some examples of these categories are infant formula, infant and small children food like cereals or purees, fortified food and beverages, dietary supplements, supplements for athletes, and caffeine-based energy drinks. These are some of the categories which we handle in the department. The total number of categories are 16. The methodology we adopted for standard development, which is more or less a standard methodology. We issue the standard draft, then the draft is sent to be reviewed by the different stakeholders. We collect the input, update the draft, and if needed, we can send it back again to be reviewed by stakeholders, collect the input and update it once again, and then finally it is published. All this is done within the risk-based approach. Why? So when we thinking of developing standards, why did we choose the caffeinated energy drink standard to begin with? First of all, we realized an increasing market demand for caffeinated energy drinks. There were limited global standards. For example, for infant formula, you could find a codex standard for infant formula. For other categories, there were standards available, but for caffeinated energy drinks, there were limited global standards. We couldn't find anything in codex. We couldn't find anything in EFSA. There were only 2 guidance documents, one for Health Canada, and the other was an Australian standard. And we needed to set controls to avoid misuse by major consumers, because these products are mainly used by young adults, and there's a tendency to be used also by children. So when we started putting the draft for the standard, we realized that we had 3 major risks: that most of the energy drinks contained bioactive food compounds. All of them were caffeine-based, and they had more or less a large amount of caffeine, and all of them also contained vitamins and minerals, specifically the vitamin B family, and the amount of vitamins were comparatively large. So we thought of portion control as a risk management tool. Bioactive substance. So what are bioactive substances? They are very small nutrients in plant-based substance. For example, carotenoids, phenolic compounds, and some essential oils of medicinal plants. Examples of bioactive substance in energy drinks. For example, this is a typical energy drink. We can see here that it contains extracts of Panax, ginseng, guarana, and other plant-based extracts. Another typical energy drink would contain large amounts of vitamin B. For example, the vitamin B12, the amount is corresponding to 3,000% of the needed daily intake. According to the EDE, over the last 25 years, energy drinks have experienced considerable growth in popularity and thus are now consumed in most parts of the world. Despite this success, energy drinks remain still are considered a niche product, representing only 1% of the overall non-alcoholic beverages market. For the risk management, the problem with the bioactive substance and their extracts, many of them have a pharmacological effect. And although they are deemed safe for usage, but the usual usage of them comes in the form of tablets or capsules with a maximum daily dose set on the boxes of the tablets or the capsules. but their use in caffeinated energy drinks might pose a risk because they are used as food, and food is usually consumed as much as one desires. Also, overconsumption of vitamins and caffeine may pose additional risk. So, how to mitigate this risk? We thought of portion control as a tool to allow the product to be licensed in Egypt, but at the same time be safe for use by the different consumers. Controlling the daily intake of bioactive substance, because some of them may even have a maximum daily dose. Also, portion control would help in addressing overweight and obesity and in promoting the responsible consumption of caffeinated beverages such as energy drinks. In 2019, the OECD reported on a report on obesity concluded that portion size restrictions can be used as a public health instrument to reduce consumption of energy-dense foods. This could be done by providing food in single portions, banning large portions, marketing of the desired portion size, or designing products to clearly delineate a portion. So a typical 250 milliliter can of a typical energy drink contains around 80 milligrams of caffeine, and according to the conclusions of the of EFSA, that 75 to 80 milligrams of caffeine in a single serve is all what is needed to obtain the effect of energy drinks. So our main, the decision has not been finalized, but we are going towards portion controlling energy drinks as 250 milliliters and twice per day. As a result, the perfect portion for any caffeinated food has about 80 milligrams of caffeine. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rasha. That's a quick overview, and it had practically the merit of bringing us almost close to schedule. We do have some time for some questions. If there are any questions, either from the room or from online. Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question regarding the herbal used in food, and this is one of the examples. But also, we have like a coffee product and having some herbal, which is have pharmaceutical effects. Yeah. How do you consider this product? If it's having very little quantity of that herb, do you consider it as food, or you consider it as like supplements, or you accept it to be sold in special places?
But first of all, we will study the amount of the herbal substance which is present. If the herbal substance is deemed as safe, and also we will find the maximum allowable substance, allowable quantity of this substance. If it's safe to be used, then the product can be put on shelves. If this substance has a maximum daily dose, then this will be taken into the assessment, and the total maximum daily dose allowed will be set as a limit for this typical product. For example, if the limit is, for example, 200 milligrams per day and it contains 50 milligrams, then we would say that 2 units is enough per day, because you might consume this substance from other sources, so we cannot work on the upper limit.
Okay, if this product is not approved from FDA, like from food organization, but it's only pharmaceuticals.
No.
That should be approved as a food, then it's the
yes, exactly, because at the end it is considered as food. But if it only has a pharmacological effect, then it's not food. And it should not be put on shelves. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rasha, for again this update. And I think actually we're going to be moving with the program because we have the privilege of having colleagues joining us from the United States. And as you know, with the time difference, it's approximately, I think, 1:30 a.m., if I'm not mistaken, in the US. So by respect, we're going to try to go back to schedule. However, I was advised that there are some colleagues that may have requested for a PCR test. There are I think, service provider who is here. So if any of you is in need to have a PCR test, please proceed because basically I think the service provider is available. So I just wanted to make that announcement. Again, thank you very much to all those who participated in this first session and for providing us with these updates from Europe, from the People's Republic of China, and also from the Arab Republic of Egypt. We're shifting gears now in our program, and we are now moving to a second session. This session, through this session, we are in fact going to be discussing an enabler of best practices of food regulatory activities. And this is really related to food laboratory testing in the context of food regulatory actions. And one of the key players in this area, working for over a century now in standardizing food analytical methods, is the Association of Official Analytical Collaborations, AOAC International. AOAC International enjoys over 3,000 members across the planet. We're hoping, in fact, that we will go beyond the 20 members that we have right now in the region, because in our region, in the Arab region, we do not exceed 20 members. And we're going to be discussing essentially how we can bolster the activities of AOAC and how AOAC could be beneficial as well to the food and feed testing in the region. And I am very pleased to welcome the leadership team of AOAC International, who is joining us from Washington, D.C., or other parts of the United States. Pleased to welcome the president of AOAC International, Tony Lupo, as well as the executive director of AOAC International, David Schmidt. I believe that we may be joined also by the past president of AOAC International, Aaron Crowley. I don't know if Aaron is with us or will be with us shortly. We also have two members of the board of directors of AOAC present in this room. And I would like to acknowledge my colleague, who is also the president of AOAC Sub-Saharan Africa, with us today. I'm going to let you introduce yourself. So, please.
Sure. Sorry.
Owen Fraser is the president of AOAC Sub-Saharan Africa, also a member of the board of directors, but I would like you to introduce yourself, Owen. Yes, please.
So good morning. Thanks very much, Sam, for inviting me here. Thanks to the Dubai Authority and all the collaborators who are part of preparing this fantastic conference so far. My name is Owen Fraser, and I'm as Sam said, I'm the president of the AOAC Sub-Saharan Africa section, which was created in 2018 officially. I will talk a little more about that this afternoon and what we do in the region. I'm also the board of directors of AOAC International. My background is in industry. I was a scientist at SK Research Center in Switzerland. I'm currently unemployed. So.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Owen.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. And I guess we're going to give you the floor, David and Tony. You have the control of the screen. Thank you again for being with us.
Okay, well, thank you, Sam, and Dr. Godefroy has done so much, I know, in the region, and we're very excited about the potential for a new AOAC International section to be formed. We were very sorry that we can't be there in person this time, but we're optimistic that when a new section may open up early next year, that whenever you're ready to launch, we will be there in person. So we really appreciate this opportunity this morning just to take 30 minutes to give a brief overview of AOAC International. And you're going to hear from two of our stars, Tony Lupo is the current president, as Sam mentioned, and Tony is also the senior director of Neogen's Technical Services Department, very involved in food safety. He's been on the AOAC board now for 5 years and was just elected president in September. Also, Erin Crowley is our immediate past president. She's the chief scientific officer at Q Labs, based in Cincinnati, Ohio. She's also been the chair of the official methods board of AOAC International, which is the group who really finalizes all of the official methods of analysis that have been published over the many years. So we will be offering help as the new section forms, and we work with all of the ongoing sections, such as Owens, and we look forward to working closely with the team that's put together there. And again, I hope to meet you personally. So with that, it is my pleasure to introduce our leader, Tony Lupo, who will provide an overview of the organization. And then at the end, Erin will have an opportunity just to talk about why her company became a member of AOAC many years ago. And we hope this will be helpful to you as you consider membership in the very near future. So thank you. Over to you, Tony.
Thank you so much, David, for the kind words, and thank you to Dr. Godefroy and to all of you joining us today. It's certainly my pleasure and honor to be able to speak to you and tell you a bit about AOAC and what we offer as an organization to the scientific community. A little bit about just general history of AOAC. Began in 1880.
Tony,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, quite all right.
What you are sharing right now is simply your desktop. I just want to make sure that
oh dear,
if you intended to share, yes, if you intended to share the presentation, we're not seeing it.
Well, that's not very exciting now, is it? I'm sorry.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, I'm glad that you did. Sorry, one moment. Let's try this again. How about now?
And now we have the right one. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thanks again. And so just telling you a little bit about the history of AOAC beginning started in 1884, really is the Association of Official Agricultural Chemists, and really as a collaboration between government regulatory officials within the United States and industry, and later sort of kind of continued to build multiple iterations of itself into what we've really become today, officially changing our legal name to AOAC International. And really what we have developed into is an organization that helps to foster collaboration amongst the scientific and regulatory community, along with industry, to be able to offer a consensus on methodology and to be able to help to find consensus in standard setting for methodology. And so jumping into a bit more depth, AOAC is really about taking what we can to leverage our unique relationships with various stakeholders throughout the world. Again, as I said, whether they be in the academic community, the scientific and regulatory community, whether they be within specific industry, but really trying to find and leverage those relationships in order to link those individuals together and to be able to provide a forum with which they can discuss methodology and to arrive to consensus. With the general goal to be just to be able to provide methods that are specific and fit for purpose that can be universally recognized and adopted throughout the world. A bit about some specifics about really where the organization is is going under David's leadership, and over the last few years, really starting to try to crystallize what it is that AOAC is looking to do within the next 5 years in this part of the strategic plan, is really kind of began with a process of really crystallizing the vision and mission of AOAC. And as you can see, it really does offer us a bit of a clear focus on exactly what the organization is designed to do. And that is, from a vision perspective, providing that global confidence and consensus-based analytical solutions for food safety, food integrity, and public health. And then really sort of then digging into how that is done through a variety of different strategic areas, with the mission being to ensure that safety and integrity of foods and other products that do impact the public health of a particular government or industry or academia, to bring together to develop those standards, methods, and technologies. And so doing so really, the first and foremost, the primary interest of AOAC is analytical excellence. That is the cornerstone with which we are founded, and certainly the most one of the most important things about our organization is that we want to ensure that we are upholding our reputation for bringing together individuals and providing the best possible analytical solutions for those emerging issues. But engagement of members and stakeholders is albeit, maybe certainly equally as important from an analytical excellence standpoint, because that is where the technology, that is where the methodology comes from. And so bringing in and leveraging those individual expertise to be able to draw upon the careers of individual experience is really critical to be able to ensure that we are adopting the best possible methods. Forming partnerships, which we'll talk a bit about here further in the presentation, then offering certain core programs that we believe are sort of fundamental to our mission that allow us to be able to be able to proceed in the direction that we'd like to be. Sustaining our membership, obviously, as an organization, and then governing so that our organization continues to have the accountability that is necessary to the scientific community and to our membership. Many of the products and services some of you in the room may already be familiar with, and they're ones that sort of are what I would call our cornerstone products and services, the ones that are most widely associated with AOAC. When it comes to standards development, SMPRs, or standard method performance requirements, are a key part of what we do when a method is seeked to be able to solve a specific analytical problem within the scientific community. First, bringing together stakeholders to agree on what those performance requirements of that method should be, to ensure that we're taking into account individual food types or individual sample types throughout the world, individual regulatory concerns throughout the world, manufacturing best practices, things of this nature, and then eventually resulting in what will be, as methods are solicited, official methods of analysis, or OMA, which is that cornerstone brand that so many have associated with AOAC for so long. When it comes to governance, we generally do so through our board of directors, through our official methods board, which is really very, very central to all of the scientific management of the organization, our editorial board for publications, and our analytical solutions forum, which has really become a very, very interesting place to be able to bring hot topics and new concepts to fruition. Our membership is approximately 2,200 individual members, but we also have several organizational members. There are 18 AOAC sections around the world, hopefully 19 very soon. Analytical communities, and we do offer a series of awards and recognitions along with training and mentorship. And recently, many of our vendor partners have become very fundamental in offering scholarship awards that allow young scientists to travel and to attend our meetings. And that's been a very exciting time for AOAC. Within the laboratories area, we do offer a very well recognized proficiency program that is fully accredited. And then we do offer laboratory auditing as well to ISO guidelines. You're probably already familiar with the official methods of analysis within AOAC, but also the Journal of AOAC International and our Inside Laboratory Management magazine have become very, very well known and are widely read. In addition to in the last recent years, the Spectrum newsletter, which sort of is a nice way to break down into smaller bite-sized chunks what are the current activities within AOAC without waiting for such long periods of time. And then, of course, the Research Institute. And the Research Institute is really, I would say, a great workhorse of AOAC as it relates to, they take on things, validation of protocol development, and then they also take on what we call our performance tested method status, or PTM. And that is generally done when individual proprietary methods or test kits are seeking AOAC approval. And so that all is handled through the Research Institute, along with a new category of reviewed and recognized methods. So this is where a methods provider can submit data and then have it be reviewed by an expert review panel without necessarily conducting a third-party laboratory validation through the Research Institute. Many of our programs and working groups are currently active. SPIFAN and working with the infant formula and adult nutritionals, the food authenticity methods program, stakeholder program for agent detections. And so this is for specific chemical and biological threats. And then the gluten and food allergens methods program, as well as folic acid and dietary supplements. And so these are situations where specific instances within industry and regulatory have presented themselves, and AOAC has sought the participation of those stakeholders in these various areas, and many times those within industry will fund these programs because they want to see good, well-recognized methods to assist them in compliance with regulatory in their part of the world. Tremendous amount of collaboration, especially in recent years, has gone on with various organizations, and you can see listed here a wide variety of organizations from ISO and the International Dairy Federation to the Food Safety Standards Authority of India, the Canadian Institute of Food Sciences, the Nordic Committee on Food Analysis, the African Organization for Standardization, and I know Aaron's going to have a lot to be able to share with us on that, the Institute for Advancement of Food and Nutritional Sciences, and then most recently, a memorandum of agreement taking place with Land O'Lakes Venture 37, and this is a fantastic program that is really built around food security in developing nations. So we're very excited to see that come to fruition. We're also engaged in review methods within Codex Alimentarius Commission and the AOAC Laboratory Accreditation Committee, offering guidance on interpreting of ISO 17025 guidelines. In addition, the AOAC is the U.S. Technical Advisory Group Administrator to ISO TC34 in food products. So lots of great collaboration there. I'm going to turn things over to our immediate past president, Aaron Crowley, to talk us through AOAC alignment and consensus with ARSO MOU in 2021. Aaron?
Great, thank you, Tony. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So thanks to all of you who are attending. Certainly wish we could be there in person, but in the meantime, while we talk about one of our favorite topics, which is our international engagement within AOEC, one of the cornerstone moments of the past year was our MOU signing with the African Standards Organization, where we really started to amplify our reputation in standards development activities and conformity assessment in a way that has proven to be very flexible and easily pivoted to meet the geographical needs of a particular section. So one of the reasons why we're here today is to talk to you about the example of that most recently is when we look at an MOU and how AOEC can support the analytical needs in a particular region. ARSO is a showcase of analytical needs here, as we see of the highest priorities, of which we were just speaking about last week in Johannesburg at the Sub-Saharan Africa section meeting, where feed and fertilizer analysis, determination of heavy metals, specifically within cereals, meat, eggs, poultry, flours, meals, and bread. Cassava is a particular matrix where we really need to work on development of matrix extension of existing methods and new method development for heavy metals. Also, it's mycotoxin analysis, showcasing aflatoxin as the highest priority need, but also fumonisin and DON and vomitoxin and some other mycotoxin analyses that may be critical to the region, specifically within cassava, but other products. Instrumentation that is accessible and affordable is certainly an area where we are able to utilize the wonderful relationships that we have with our technology partners, both within the international section, but in the geographical regions where there's need. And that's everywhere from, rapid tests such as lateral flow devices, immunoassay devices that may be used as screening tools, but then also some of the more, sophisticated technologies that would involve, confirmatory analyses for aflatoxin or heavy metals. GMOs was an area of concern, as well as vet drug residues and microbial contaminants in meat, poultry, and eggs. So the reason why we highlight this here is this was an opportunity for us to provide a really good concrete example of why AOEC is the chosen partner in terms of looking to develop consensus-based standards for specific industry segments and analytical needs. We already have some technology providers working hard to develop methods or extend existing methods for mycotoxin. We saw some of the initial data last week in Sub-Saharan Africa, but we continue to work together as a conduit for the technology providers, the regulatory authorities, and the contract laboratories and end users to find the solutions to meet the standards and reduce the barriers to trade. Tony, did you want me to continue on, or you want to continue to talk about harmonization?
Oh, I'm sorry. I can certainly jump on. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't that you had a chance to finish.
No, I love to talk about harmonization. It's one of my favorite things.
I do know this.
It's my favorite, but go ahead. I'll let you.
No, please stay with us. Because Aaron, as chairman of the Official Methods Board, has really been central in assisting and making sure that a lot of these harmonizations took place. As you can imagine, the validation of methodologies if AOAC is involved in the validation of a methodology that is not recognized by other validation bodies, it makes it very, very difficult for that particular method to be universally accepted. And so in aligning with finding where the standards are in individual methods, and then looking to find ways where there's overlap so that one official method approval can apply to multiple different standards bodies is really sort of the ideal in harmonization. As you can see, we always, as AOAC, tend to default to the more challenging study design in evaluating each of the standards and look for, like, for example, higher number of replicates, more challenging matrices, and then maintaining that statistical analysis and acceptance criteria for each of the certifying bodies. And then, so basically to provide some efficient data collection that satisfy a variety of different categories. Erin, I know that this is an area that you spent some significant time through the Official Methods Board working on, and would there be anything that you would add there?
Yeah, I think this is just another example of when people, who are not familiar with AOAC may say, what exactly can AOAC do in the areas of method alignment and harmonization? In the areas of proprietary test kits, this is certainly a place where we've seen a great deal of success in method alignment. Sometimes when we say the word harmonization, it seems a bit too optimal, ideal, and we are very well aware of the regulatory restrictions that are certainly designated in certain geographical areas. But when we look at it through the level of certification, and the European Union in particular with our partners in Microval and AFNOR and NordVal, this is a place where we understand these certification bodies have a business. And so in terms of maintaining that business, that is certainly there, and they're definitely independent entities. But in terms of identifying that these are all technically very highly qualified, very well-respected certification bodies, the validation guidelines with which a particular test kit company may be looking to pursue certification through, has reciprocity. And so when you're looking at what that stamp of approval really means, is that you can have one full single lab validation and interlaboratory study for intention to become duly certified through AOAC and then another ISO certification body. But the other part of that is also looking at geographical differences in food commodities. And that is what all of these certification bodies have worked to really understand is what the kind of targeted matrices really mean in different countries and different regions. And this particular aligned program allows for a very easy extension process and pathway to certification without a lot of barriers due to multiple reference method comparisons.
And I certainly couldn't have said it that well, so I appreciate it, Erin. This right here is probably, David sort of alluded to, what different companies get as from a benefit from participating with AOAC. This very slide here really does capture my individual situation, my company at Neogen Corporation, as a test kit and methods provider. This harmonization provides tremendous value to us as being technology providers to be able to offer validated methods that we know are going to be applicable and accepted in the various countries throughout the world where we are able to do business. And so this one is a very personal one for my business. Obviously, we mentioned some of our roots related to U.S. regulatory and government agencies, but we continue to maintain many of these relationships and have found a tremendous amount of value in being able to pull not only from the expertise, but also guidance from stakeholders and interpretation of the regulatory situation in that particular agency, and everything from NIH when it comes to methods for dietary supplements, the US FDA and best practices for microbial methodology, and then the recognition of official methods of analysis, Department of Homeland Security related to the biothreat agents, and Department of Defense also with biothreat agents and the validation of those methodologies, and then working into the Department of Agriculture, laboratory auditing, and hemp, and also the Federal Grain Inspection Service within the U.S. Department of Agriculture for the validation of mycotoxin methods. There's reciprocity and recognition of AOAC there as well. Just a few examples here as we're winding down of ways where AOAC is really engaged in supportive methods for regulatory compliance. Really, it always starts with a particular need within an industry to be able to find suitable methods to be able to comply with a particular regulatory situation. And then the process sort of runs from there. Various industry stakeholders then become involved. The appropriate regulatory agencies are engaged and the discussion begins. So you can see there's been a tremendous amount of methodology or methods that have gone through in the nutritional supplement space and infant formula space. 32 SMPRs, over 50 official methods, a very, very successful program. Food allergens, 3 SMPRs to date, but still continuing to do some great work. Most recently published some heavy metals methods, but continuing to build these in various but then continuing on through, as you can see, there's been some significant things that have sort of come up based on industry trends and particular tastes. Something like kombucha was an area that I was, that there was a tremendous amount of activity a few years ago within AOAC, and not something I would have necessarily initially predicted. But then very specific industry issues as well. Things like gluten in gluten-free oats is another example of that. But all of these sort of have the same sort of business plan where industry and regulators come together to really solve that problem and then fund the solution to find suitable methods. Currently, there's some really exciting projects in development as we wrap up, just to kind of give you a few examples of that. Working on programs in non-culturable foodborne pathogens, specifically viruses, working on groups to address acrylamides, and in various some additional food matrices to fill those gaps. Working on a group for pyrrolizidine alkaloids, plant-based toxins and teas and herbal infusions. Working in the environmental space with the methodologies for PFAS, as well as the food safety and technology for initial priorities and food additives. So significant new initiatives here at AOAC, and ones that we're very excited about. Lastly, I'll just touch on some of the recent changes in our membership model that I think have been really designed to make AOAC more accessible to as many scientists as possible throughout the world. And really that process came through a significant amount of discussion with David and staff and the board to really say what are the barriers for membership, and how do we pull those barriers down so that we can have as many scientists as possible that want to be a part of AOAC and collaborate to be able to do so, because really that's where we leverage the most strength, is by getting as much experience as possible in the room to discuss many of these methods problems. And by doing some of these things, like lowering the individual membership dues, offering additional categories for organizational membership. It used to be you were an organizational member or you weren't. Now there's various levels of membership there as well. well for industry to be able to join. They're offering some developing country discounts for membership, and then making sure that that people understand what are the benefits in some of the different categories, so that they understand exactly what it is that that particular level of membership can offer them, and they can find a program that best fits their needs. But then also, just as Aaron sort of touched on, and will continue to grow and develop as many opportunities as possible to offer access and participation in all of the different programs that we offer. Certainly, if the last 18 months has taught us anything, it's that collaboration remotely is certainly possible, and engagement is certainly can be productive. Like anything, I think sometimes necessity is the mother of invention. And with that, I will certainly thank you for your kind invitation to spend some time with you today. And I think we have a few moments if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, David, Tony, and Aaron, actually, for spending part of your night with us and for connecting with us during this session today. Certainly, I'm gonna see if there are any questions here from the floor around me, or even at the Q&A, within the Q&A section. I'm not seeing questions from the Q&A section. I will have a question, simply because to pave the way to the upcoming presentation that will be making the case for the creation of the Arab section of AOAC International. I know we are converted, as to the benefits of the membership in AOAC International. And I know, Tony, in your presentation, you indicated what was important, at least from a corporate standpoint, from a business standpoint, to what it means to be part of AOAC International. If we can remind the audience about what are the benefits of becoming a member of this community of AOAC International?
I'll just start, and I know Aaron may want to add in as well, but just for career development and to be able to network, we find beyond OMA, which our members tell us is the #1 benefit, #2 is networking. So to have a forum where you have the top analytical scientists in the world gathering, and as Tony said, whether that's in person at our annual meeting or mid-year meeting or virtual, these are the finest, and we're really trying to grow our membership, focusing on recent graduates from universities and trying to make our analytical science field a little better known. So this is an opportunity for you to help mentor your own there, and perhaps you can teach us, as some other sections have done. India seems to be the leader in mentoring, for example, and there's some great models out there, and this just is a very efficient way to share those models, whether it's the top methods or top science in the world, or from that professional development side, how to get there too. So.
Thank you, David. Aaron?
Yeah, I certainly agree with Dave, and anyone who knows me knows that I'm, a big fan of AOAC as far as both a personal and professional development experience. Coming into AOAC as a young scientist and really trying to understand the role that I played as an independent lab. Right, there's a very specific role that we have, not only using AOAC official methods, but as we entered into the role of conducting method validation, AOAC was really the place where we learned how to do it the right way. The commonality of coming together to develop the standards, as well as vetting the most analytically accurate methods and the most sensitive methodology for a variety of industries. Whenever I have the opportunity to speak to an audience, the response is always, I only knew one part of what AOAC did. I thought you just did microbiology. It's like, oh, I thought you just did dietary supplements. But really, it's just meeting the needs of a particular analytical concern and having the infrastructure to respond quickly. So for me, it's been a way to really fully understand what analytical excellence really means, and just so happened to meet some of the greatest people that I've ever had the chance of working with in the meantime.
Thank you, Erin. We have a question or a comment from Dr. Oday Al-Buhamed from the GCC Standardization Organization.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was very informative. Maybe I didn't really follow it thoroughly, but I wanted just to know the AOAC, because Prof. Samuel was talking here about it, and we do believe whatever Prof. Samuel is talking about here. What is the actual functionality comes out, or let's say the product, the tangible product or service comes out from the AOIC that intersects with the standardization activity in general? This is what we want to know, please. Thank you very much.
Sure. So primarily it is the validated method, and so it is usually in one of a few forms. The most widely used are either the official methods of analysis, which is then published in our compendium, and that is a result of a peer-reviewed panel approval after a statistical analysis and multi-laboratory study has been conducted. The second would be the performance tested method, and that would be generally what's used as a single laboratory validation study for more proprietary or test kit methods. And it is that stamp of approval, if you will, that gives the user of the method the understanding that they are using something that has been fully validated. They have an understanding of within what scope it's been validated, which matrices has the study been conducted, with what statistical analysis has been conducted. And so really that recognition of a method and how it's been validated usually then facilitates the acceptance from a regulatory community throughout the world. I'll look to my colleagues to maybe add something to that if I missed it.
Yeah, I can certainly add to that. I think a very clear, concrete example of the number of AOEC methods that are listed in Codex, and having the AOEC methods as the type 2 dispute resolution methods that are oftentimes aligned with ISO and IDF methods as well is certainly kind of a quick, easy example of where the method alignment is certainly useful. Here in the US, the Food and Drug Administration and the US Department of Agriculture identifies any methods that are certified through the AOEC Official Methods Program as methods that are acceptable for testing of commodities that are regulated through those two organizations, and then will be automatically cleared for import into the U.S. Those are just a couple of examples, but there's definitely many more. When we talk about what that deliverable means, it's really the official method of analysis and what particular standard acceptance criteria that have been established by that community, and that's everything from food allergens to contaminants, chemical contaminants, and microbial contaminants, and the methods that are submitted and then approved by consensus and then identified by our partner organizations.
Thank you very much. I don't want to make it long, and all the people here would hate me for that, but just like, does this really fall within or parallel in the ASTM proficiency testing, if I may say, for material testing? So does it fall within the same line, or is it something else? Is it a PT or is it something else? Just to little bit elaborate on that, and thank you very much.
Sure. So many of the methods, in order to demonstrate proficiency is really a way that one can demonstrate that they are using the method correctly and document that the method is producing effective results within their laboratory with their equipment under their conditions. And so the official method status is really the validation of the method itself, independent of the user. And so proficiency sort of marries the method and the user together to be able to demonstrate that it's being performed effectively in any given situation.
Yeah, and to add to that, I think ASTM provides some parallel activities within, within their organization, and they're actually in some cases working in our working groups within some of the standards development activities. ASTM is a little bit more broad, where, as you mentioned, like textiles or some antimicrobial or disinfectant standards that they're working on, automotive standards, med devices. Those are a bit outside the realm of AOAC, but when you come into the realm of some of the chemical analyses, we're certainly aligned with them and sort of developing standards concurrently. The proficiency part of that is really an entirely separate program, but it's still within AOAC.
So there are services provided for the proficiency testing activities, but the main, I guess, one of the biggest outputs of AOAC are standardized methods. So essentially methods that authoritative, competent authorities would be able to use as theirs if they so wish, as part of the standardization of methods. And as Aaron, Tony, and David indicated, several of AOAC methods are essentially adopted by Codex through the Codex Committee on Methods of Analysis and Sampling. So essentially, I would say most of the work of CCMAS generally happens during the days before CCMAS, which is essentially the interagency meeting, where in fact AOAC is a key actor, and where methods that AOAC has overseen, the validation and the standardization can put forward as methods to be considered as international standards.
For us in GSO, we deal with NIST.
That's right.
And we deal with ANSI, and we deal with ASTM and others. So they come, I think, under their umbrella.
Exactly. I think that's going to be probably a conversation for us next week, Dr. O'Day, which is essentially, I happen to have the privilege, hopefully, to visit the GSO, hopefully next week, and the AOAC and relationship with AOAC will be one of the topic of discussions, hopefully. Again, really thankful to Aaron, Tony, and David for being with us again so late or so early in the United States. And another round of applause to you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a
Thank
pleasure.
you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are joined actually by about 219 colleagues online, plus about 25, give or take, colleagues here in the room. And we're going to be continuing, in fact, right now, speaking about AOAC, but more within a regional level, within the Arab region. Feel free to stay with us if you so wish, but we totally understand if essentially you would like to start or continue your night. I'm going to be, yes, I totally understand, Aaron. So we're going to be actually now inviting my colleague, Dr. Eli Bouyazbek, who is one of our science experts here at the Global Food Regulatory Science Society, but also working within competent authorities in Lebanon. We have been working over the past weeks to up essentially the momentum towards the creation of a section of AOAC International in the Arab region, and Eli has been instrumental in this effort, and he will be presenting really the momentum that is hopefully leading us to the creation of the section. So Dr. Eli Bouyazbek.
Thank you. Good morning or good evening. So during this session, we are going to talk about the setting of the stage for the creation of the Arab section of AOAC. But before we start, I would like to share with you, next please. Okay, one of the famous food that we have in the region, and especially in Lebanon, a special breakfast, which is the manouche, that is a dough flat with za'atar, mixed za'atar. And this is one of the most frequently consumed product in Lebanon, but also in other Arab countries. If we look at this product that is probably simple product, but also healthy one, and we go to look at the ingredients inside it, we see that those ingredients are coming from all around the world. Those ingredients can be from the south, from the east, from the north, from the west, and those ingredients with all what they can have as potential hazards and contaminants, they are obviously presented in our dish. Obviously, we still name it Lebanese manouche. And this is the big challenge that not only our region is facing, but also the whole world with the globalization point. So if we go straight from this starting point to look at the quality infrastructure elements, we can notice clearly that the testing part is one of the most important columns of, or let's say the basics of any system or quality infrastructure under the conformity assessment work with the inspection and the certification. So if we don't have a good testing system, a standardized testing system, the conformity assessment part, which is a very important component, will be obviously questionable. If we look at the Codex Alimentarius standards 20 years ago, one of the oldest standards going back to 2001 about general methods of analysis for contaminants, we can notice clearly that for several contaminants here, there is specific method that is the reference method. And as we can see, AOC methods are majority, as Sam just said, as a key player in giving the source of the reference method that we used it 20 years ago. And if we check today what's happening with the most released, new released standard, regional standard for the mixed za'atar that I just mentioned, we can see also that AOC methods are there. So Codex Alimentarius yesterday and today, it's still using and let's say relying on the AOC method, and this will give the credibility and the importance of this reference in the testing methodology. So if we look at the let's say the main objective of AOC, we can see that it's a sharing, let's say, knowledge and discussion between government, industry, and academia, all to ensure the safety and integrity of food. And this is all for the good of the world. And based on that, we should know that finally, this entity should be a very important part of our work. AOC has sections. Sections are regional parts coming from all around the world, connecting analytical communities worldwide and representing the 4 continents with more 19 countries. As you can see, we have from the Northern America, Central and Southern America, Africa, Europe and Asia Pacific. Unfortunately, as you can notice, our region is not presented in any of the AOC sections. And this is a gap with 22 countries with a high potential food trade and capacities of production and consumption. There is a lack in this point. So this is why today, if you check the individual members of the AOC, we can see that we are only 19 over 3,000 members coming from, as individual members coming from the Arab countries. And this number should be, obviously, we should look at it as really weakness to improve, because our presence is, it means our, let's say, commitment for improvement. This is why the Food Risk Analysis and Regulatory Excellence Platform PARERA at University Laval, Quebec, Canada, in collaboration with the Global Food Regulatory Science Society, G-Force, they decided to support the creation of a regional section of AOC International in the Arab region. And this is the region encompassing all countries of the League of Arab States as defined officially. and it will be under the name of AOAC International Arab Section. This section will have a clear vision to improve the contribution of Arab countries in food conformity assessment activities, especially laboratory testing, by participating actively in developing and validating standard methods and technology. How it will be done? So a group of experts are now reviewing the guidelines issued by AOAC for chartering a new AOAC section in order to set the prerequisites that are mainly the following requirements to initiate this section. So we have mainly, we need to have at least 50 active individual members, and we need to apply with a petition signed by at least 20 members. And this application with the petition and the bylaws should be approved by the AOAC board. This process is setting a set of segments of priorities. So now the group of experts is working on bylaws frameworking, on setting the operational schemes, on targeting all stakeholders in the region, and mainly on finding the financial support. Obviously, this one is the hardest one, but let's say this is what we did as first by having this decision from University Laval, Pereira, and GeForce to sponsor 50 membership for 3 years for scientists identified by leading food laboratory organizations in the Arab region. So what are really the opportunities for members for this section is sharing information, building professional contacts, expanding leadership skills, and gaining practical management experience in the region where we share a lot of, let's say, culture and problems that we can work together in order to resolve. Who can join the Arab section? Manufacturers, government agencies, laboratory, academia, they are all welcome to be part of this section. So let's the story begin. We are planning to have the Arab section in March 2022 as a launching of this section after the approval of the board of directors of AOAC based on the bylaws and the guidelines of the operational that will be prepared and under us. Finally, when it comes to safety, there are no shortcuts. Thank you.
I don't know if there are any questions or comments for Elie. Okay, it seems to have been really clear, and I think actually we have a momentum set for us. We are reaching here in Dubai 11:25 a.m., and we have started at 9 a.m. without interruption. So with this, in fact, we are reaching the end of this particular session of today's workshop. We are going to be having a somewhat longer break. So for colleagues who are joining us online, hopefully you will be joining us back at 1 p.m. Dubai time. That's 11 a.m. in Cairo. And we will be continuing to discuss again those enablers for best practices in regulatory science. And in particular, now we will be looking at some of the applications of food laboratory testing, but we will also have the opportunity to hear from another experience, essentially in setting and operating a section of AOAC International in the Sub-Saharan Africa region. So thank you to all the speakers, to all the contributors, to the 220 plus participants that are with us. And please join back at 1 p.m. Dubai time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, dear colleagues. We will be restarting in a few minutes. We are experiencing a little difficulty here in the room. Hopefully, we will fix it, a technical issue, and we will be starting our workshop shortly. Thank you for your patience. We finally managed to fix the technical issue here in Dubai. So welcome back to all of you and the continuation of our workshop on best practices in food regulatory management and their enablers. We were in fact discussing the application of food and feed testing in regulatory settings, and we are starting now session 3 related to updates in food laboratory applications, as well as updates on capacity building programs in Africa and the Middle East. And the first presentation is coming to us from Dr. Martin Merle on PCR-based techniques applied to the detection of meat species as part of halal compliance verification systems. Martin, thank you for being with us. I'll let you introduce yourself maybe to the audience more broadly than I did. And thank you for sharing with us this presentation.
Okay, thanks, that's fine. We had some delay, but it was not me. So we are starting, and I'm delighted to tell you something about the application for PCR in pork detection, mainly for halal issue. And as you can see in my working title, I will mainly speak about pork, but everything is valid as well for other species like horse, camel, poultry, and so on. So where do I have to show this in front of it?
No, it's
yeah. Okay, so when talking about PCR a few years ago, or even a decade ago, it was very difficult to explain people in the food laboratories why using this complicated technology and what PCR is. So today, as you can see here from the sign of the test center, or even outside, there was just a service laboratory. Everybody worldwide has used the word PCR, and even children knows that worldwide that PCR is somehow related to some unpleasant swabbing in the nose or in the mouth. And grown-ups will know PCR is a useful tool just to detect the COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2 virus, to get a certificate, having some CT values, that this technology takes approximately 2 to 3 hours, depending on the samples, is a little bit more expensive than lateral flow, but is very specific and the gold standard for virus detection, detecting, for example, SARS-CoV-2 and not influenza. So PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction, meaning specific amplification of DNA, or for viruses RNA, for example. And the technology used being today mostly is real-time PCR, and the abbreviation is qPCR. The difference is that in addition to specific primers, also fluorescent probes are labeled and being detected in this immediately in real time. So, sorry, I have just another small issue. Okay. So on the right side, you can see this iconic picture of a virus, but one can use PCR not only for virus detection, but also in food and feed analysis. As you can see in the middle for plants, so detecting plants, or the left cartoon for animal species or bacteria. Just for the abbreviations, RT-PCR stands for reverse, not for real time. So if this stands on your certificate correctly, it should be RT-qPCR for quantitative PCR. The cells in the plant cells and the animal cells, they contain the eukaryotic cells contains a nucleus, which means there is one genomic set of genomic DNA per cell. So it is defined, the amount. And one can use, for example, this is single copy nucleus DNA for quantification. Therefore, it's also mentioned quantitative PCR. Or the cells has also multi-copy mitochondrial DNA, which is located in the mitochondria or in the plants in chloroplasts as well. So very important for the detection of animal species, there are two possibilities. The nucleus single copy genomic DNA can be used for quantification. The mitochondrial multi-copy DNA for more sensitive qualitative detection, because a huge amount of highly conserved mitochondrial DNA is in the animal cells, but it might not be used for quantification because a number is not really defined. And usually one is using some sequences like from cytochrome B or cyclooxygenase as targets for animal species detection, because the species, that's really what PCR can detect really very specifically. So PCR is a suitable detection method for the species, which can be the pathogens like Salmonella, E. coli, viruses, but also the plants in allergens. We talked about plant allergens yesterday, the animal species or genetically modified organisms. And that's just a picture of a typical food. So the question could be, is there pork, this prova, in the meat? And you can see here in the salamis, there's already a challenge can be seen. There's fat inside. And the question could be, are there some hidden processed compositions of, for example, pork meat in this food? So for all kind of PCR, one have to do a sampling. For example, for COVID, you know, the swabbing in the nose or in the mouth, a sample preparation, RNA or DNA preparation, a PCR setup, and finally the data interpretation. So the sampling is really the crucial step for all kind of technology, whether you're talking about LC-MS or ELISA or lateral flow or PCR. And for food, one is using a small amount, let's say kilograms, up to grams from the sampling, will have finally approximately 50 to 100 microliter of the DNA, and will use 5 microliter of the DNA for PCR, which means the test is only as good as it is representative for the sampling. For the sample. So the sample must be homogeneous and representative. One should not forget before discussing the final results. That's really sampling is crucial. And for PCR, after using these representative sampling, one starts usually with 50 to 100 milligram for sample preparation. One can do the DNA preparation, which means lysis of the cells, having access to the DNA, to purified DNA without inhibitors. One can do this manually. You can see the left side, the second picture on top, or with automation. Then one is doing a qPCR setup in a dedicated laboratory, which has to be clean in terms of molecular biology, not of microbiology, and will run a PCR run, which can be done on a lot of thermocyclers. So this will be just this last slide to explain the PCR. In this qPCR, you will see on the left side or on top, the so-called thermoprofile with 2 temperatures, 95 degrees for denaturation, melting of the DNA, and for example, 60 degrees for annealing elongation. And the yellow dots are the measuring. And in each of these cycles, the DNA will be amplified or duplicated. So if one starts with one single DNA copy, one will have 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, and so on. And with 30, 35, or 45 cycles, one have millions and millions of DNA, which are labeled in real-time PCR. Just looking anti-clockwise is in such thermocycler will show the results on the top right side. So that's a picture which you should remember as a minimum take-home message. You can see these blue dots. This is, let's say, the background measurements, the signals of the background. And this is more or less looking like a line, but it is not a straight line. The black dots are positive DNAs, let's say, or they are positive results. And the computer will differentiate this with a so-called threshold and will calculate with an algorithm a curve. So usually you will see these kind of curves. On the left side, for example, a high amount of DNA, and the right side, low amount, and one can use this for quantification. This is always a 1 to 10 dilution. And here one can see easily, the signal is very clear. Let's say it is easy peasy. If this would be pork, everything would be clear, pork would be present. The problem is, for a low amount of DNA seen here. Let's say what happens if there's a trace of pork inside, and that's the issue for halal. People are arguing it must be 0. And discussions start, what is 0? We have the CT or CP or CQ values. For example, here approximately 34 for the last curve. What happens at the end? Is it a value, yes or not? Then one should consider these tests are very useful, but they are not halal tests. Some companies claim just that these pork tests are halal tests, but halal, as you know, is more. It is some regional religious aspects which has to be used, and the absence of pork species is only one part of this. So these assays are, let's say, not less, but not more than very useful tools, detection tools, but of course cannot say that this food is halal. The assays are highly specific and meanwhile very sensitive, up to less than 1 ppm in muscle meat. They are usually validated for food, but you can remember for fat it's already difficult, and for other parameter or matrices like leather, feathers, and so on, these assays are not really validated and will be difficult because DNA must be present, otherwise DNA cannot be detected. So just to show what we are talking about, let's say 100% would mean a pure piece of pork meat or meat, which means 1 million ppm. So of course, no need just to test this. This is very obvious. A test for 10% would not make sense because 10%, that's also very clear. One can see it likely. 1%, like for example, with currency, let's say $1 and 1 cent. This is already a quite sensitive detection, and that's the range where one discuss the difference between food fraud or adulteration, if it's more than 1%, or severe incompetence versus contamination. For example, in Europe, we have the standard of 0.9% as a legal threshold, which is a threshold below 1%. But for halal issue, one would like to have more sensitive tests, let's say 0. So just make one more dilution, 100 ppm, and one more dilution. Let's say we are at 10 ppm, and one can go down up to 1 ppm or less. So if talking about results, please keep in mind, these are very sensitive measurements, but it's not 0. It is a technical measurement. So, and then when talking about detection systems in such an auditorium about food regulatory, one should mention, of course, the standards. Here's a standard, is an ISO regulation 28113. I'm just member of this DEAN working group for molecular species analytics, and we published 2 years ago one of these ISO standard, which is quite helpful. It has some normative, mandatory aspects and some informative parts, like usually in ISO. And one should keep in mind, I will not give a whole introduction about this. There are a few parts. For halal, one is discussing sensitivity. Should be 0, will not be exactly 0. Sensitivity is defined via the limit of detection, which means all target DNA or molecules should be detected, all of them. Usually one is doing a dilution series with confidence interval of 95. So it means all 95% will be detected, but what is much more relevant is the dilution in the relative relevance matrix. Let's say pork meat in beef meat, then making homogenization, blending, dilution, and DNA preparation. There's also the limit of quantification possible, LOQ, which is not important here because we are looking for qualitative assays. One should not forget the specificity, which can be done in silico or in practice, so with exclusivity studies, so using different meat samples and being sure that's only pork which will be detected, not to detect some false positives. And also very important, which will be more important, is the robustness. This can be done, for example, via orthogonal variation, just to be sure that assay here in the laboratory in Dubai will show the same result as an assay, the same assay, for example, in Egypt or in Morocco. This can be done with a robustness study here, for example, with a technical specification here on top, which is not standard. It's just a technical specification, very helpful. So with very weak signals of DNA, one can just do a variation with a PCR equipment, with master mix, lot A, lot B, then doing the normal primer concentration and primer concentration only 70%, so 30% less. The probe concentration can be less. The volume of the master mix can make plus minus 1 microliter, and the temperature of the thermocycler can be changed plus minus 1 microliter, because the digit will show on a display anything, but in reality there can be some changes. And if everything is really similar, then one can argue this is a robust assay. In addition, one should do an interlaboratory study. We talked about this in the morning. Let's say different laboratories are using the same assay or proficiency tests. I will tell some of them in the next minutes. Being here and having the experts from GSO here available, I should mention also a Gulf standard for immunological methods. I will not talk about this one, but will mention also a second one, which applied in July this year. It's a detection of porcine DNA test method, food and food products from GSO, it's 2649, out of GCC. And giving a short introduction in this, there are, is adapted from a Malaysian protocol from 2017. So this describes the CTAP, phenol extraction, how to create all this buffer, what can buy this standardization for approximately $30 US. It describes how to use a classical PCR with post-PCR to gene electrophoresis, and they are using a 3-step PCR, having results with a limit of detection of approximately 0.1%. And the results should appear in the range of 32 to 34 CDs. Another example, this is not according to the GSO. Let's say that's a commercial test where one can do this DNA preparation now with spin filters, not with wet buffers, with a phenol CTAP extraction. To get purified DNA, one can start 50 to 100 milligram, getting 50 to 100 microliter, and using then the purified DNA, one can measure the DNA, for example, in these cuvettes or nanodrop. We don't recommend it, even though it is mentioned in the GSO standard. One can do this just to be sure that one have enough DNA, and can do electrophoresis. As you can see, the gene electrophoresis, which can be used also for post-PCR detection, is a little bit laborious and has the risk of cross-contamination. Keep in mind, we are looking for a very sensitive detection, and then cross-contamination can be an issue. Therefore, we recommend to use a real-time PCR, and that's, for example, a protocol using 45 cycles with a 2-step PCR system, having this on FAM, this is Strofa, the fork, and in HEX, which has all the thermocyclers are able to measure an internal amplification control, which will ensure that a negative result for FAM, for fork, is not due to inhibition. So it is a real negative as good as one can say. So with this assay, I will show the results. That's now kind of main slide. So on the left side, you can see a dilution series of pork meat and beef meat, and then a serial dilution and DNA preparation. It is possible to detect up and below 0.001% pork in other meat. And this is extremely sensitive. So it's really about detecting traces. It's not zero, but very close to this. And on the right side, you can see there was no inhibition. So such an assay is very sensitive, but of course, the more sensitive an assay is, the more risks are. So one has to be careful not to change the settings, because not to detect any artifacts, being aware about contamination. And I noticed mostly in the centrifuge it might happen. One should use it only for food. And of course, finally, one should be careful with its data, even if it's clear. One should not get out, let's say, just sending out of the laboratory a WhatsApp into the world. Oh, I found something. This restaurant is not halal, it's haram, or this brand is not doing well. So because one should have a look, let's say, for the staff about whether the procedure was good, whether enough controls has been done, just contamination could be avoided. The lab management should control this, doing eventually replicates from new samples, getting information where the samples are coming from, how the sampling was done on site, whether there maybe a contamination occurred. And then if it's possible, a positive, someone else should decide what it is. Is it a real positive, how to handle, and of course, how to communicate. This is a normal procedure, but since it's in a religious aspect and there could be more emotion, one has to be careful with this. So one can use also, if the test has been validated, proficiency tests. We talked about this also in the morning. For example, FAPAS is offering proficiency tests for pork, dried material, and DRRR for gelatin, sweets, and other matrices, for example, specific for gelatin and sweets for pork assays. I will show you some data from the very first proficiency round 5 years ago. And you can see there has been 3 samples. So one was positive on the left column, which is green, and 2 has been were without DNA for pork, but gelatin. And you can see also already here, I made there something gray because this has been the names of some commercial companies or methods of some laboratories. Some of them here failed. For example, in the beginning, they had once probably a mismatch in the laboratory. The second one detected only 1 out of 2 samples, so it was not really sensitive enough. Then some samples detected the negative correctly as a negative, but could not detect the positive material. So the test could be quite good for food adulteration, but was not sensitive enough for this purpose. And finally, some assays here are sensitive to detect porcine DNA in gelatine. There will be also a new test round by end of this year, which means in December. And of course, there are other proficiency test suppliers, for example, FAPAS, BPA, LGC, public laboratories. And it makes sense really to validate any kind of method, if it's a standard or just a single method. And same with the proficiency test, what we discussed, one can use different methods. So, for example, also mass spectroscopy, which has been also used in some of the proficiency tests, or immunological assays. And here I will show you, let's say, one result. This was some result from a customer who asked me, oh, we have a problem with such a proficiency test. And here you can see these both curves, clear curves of the positive control, and from one sample, only one was positive, not the other one in the duplicate. So probably the laboratory had some tiny issues, and the result was, of course, in this case, presumptive or presumptive in French, and it has to be confirmed. So if it is then positive, then one can argue, yes, porcine DNA was detectable. If this will be negative, one cannot say negative per se, but one can say not detectable, and in brackets, limit of detection, let's say 1 ppm. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention, just with a picture of some rabbit grill with some nice meat.
Thank you very much, Martin. And we can take actually 1 or 2 questions. Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question regarding how you interpret results when you detect by using the same kits, RBioPharm or other extraction or detection kits, and then you get the results of positive. But then the company comes and say, I don't use any source of pork in this product.
Yes. That's the reason I highlighted this. So with the very clear signals, I showed in the beginning, the textbook signals, everything is easy. But with the weak signals, it's very difficult. So first of all, you should have all the controls I didn't mention: positive control, negative control, negative extraction control, let's say positive extraction control. I haven't shown this. Then you should see the signals. And that depends really on your experience, like the last slide you have seen. It was weak, but it was clearly an exponential growth. Then it will be finally your decision just to say, yes, you believe that this is a signal or not. You can change the threshold, but do this wisely without doing manipulation. And at this very difficult sample, therefore I showed the last slide, then one may argue. In your special case, if the company would say, okay, they are sure it was negative, then it may make sense to figure out with the company, could there have been any contamination, let's say from your laboratory side, from the sampling side, or from the production side. If you're thinking about 1 ppm, it is, let's say, 1 gram in 1 ton of meat. So maybe during slaughtering process, during transport process, during storage process, some contamination may have appeared without anybody is doing this actively. But for these very sensitive cases, it is really not so easy. Then you have to start a good communication with them.
Excuse me. The 1 ppm, what you are talking about detection limit, is it on DNA basis or sample basis?
Sample basis, but in muscle meat. Be aware with this. So inner organs like liver have a lot of DNA, much more than muscle meat. Fat has virtually very low amount of DNA. Skins, bones have a lower amount of DNA. So this is calibrated really on muscle meat.
So then theoretically, I mean, it's better if you take only muscle meat.
Yes.
Yeah.
And of course, muscle meat is usually the matrix of food for food, yeah.
And yeah, as I was discussing, how is it comparable to an LCMS-MS system? We participated in DRRR by LCMS-MS and we got satisfactory result.
Satisfactory?
Yes.
Yes.
By LCMS-MS.
Yes.
And
this was probably round 3, if I remember.
But last 2 years, I mean, they didn't. They sent a regret mail saying that they don't have sample veracity. So how is it comparable to our LCMS-MS and other matrices other than meat?
So let's say it is very difficult to quantify this. This was, let's say, original gelatine sample, and gelatine can be produced in different ways. So one can make it low pH, high pH, can be purified, less purified. Let's say that's a natural material. It is not really a reference material according to IUPAC. Yes. And then, of course, it is difficult to say, okay, if you're looking for peptide fragments versus DNA, it's difficult to quantify. DNA should not be present or only very small amounts in gelatin, but with these collagen fibers, you have more amount, let's say, of polypeptides. So a direct, let's say, quantification is not possible. Therefore, DRRR is mentioning also that it's a qualitative test. It is not quantitative. Yeah, but
okay, yeah. We'll take one more question. Yes, please.
If the kit and the protocol of the kit says it's 35 cycle, you have to take your sample in 35 samples, but your sample is repeatedly coming on like 34 or 40.
Yeah.
Can we like revalidate the kit on 30, on 40?
Yes.
As we are getting the results and will be accepted.
Yes, of course. What you should not do, and this is in general to run more than 45 cycles, independent of this kit. Also, some ISO regulation says not more than 45 because then there's a risk of creating artifacts. But of course, internal in your laboratory, you can create your own threshold, let's say gray zone, to say, okay, everything you believe after 35 cycles or 37, whatever, and everything later on in your laboratory under your condition, you would say that is something like invalid or a gray zone or whatever. There you are absolutely free. But please do not try to make a test more sensitive if using more cycles or some, let's say, more concentrated master mix or more DNA or something like this.
Because it's halal issue, so it's very sensitive.
It is already very sensitive. And yes, you could get some artifacts. Yeah, and if it would be, let's say, false positive for chicken, everybody would say, okay, yes, there's a little bit chicken in this turkey sausage. Who cares? But for halal issue, of course, as I mentioned, there could be really, let's say, more impact. And therefore, you have to be more careful not to create a false positive. And if it is positive, do proper confirmation.
Okay, thank you very much again, Martin. Thank you. Now we're going to continue in applications, and we're going to move to the world of validation and verification approaches of methods. And we're going to go to the mycotoxin rapid determination tools. And I believe that we are joined by Marco Oatman. You are with us, Marco? You can hear us?
Yes, I'm here. So greetings from the Netherlands.
Thank you.
So I will share my screen and then we can start with the presentation. So if everything is correct, you can see this, the presentation.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so welcome everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce the solutions that can be offered by Trilogy, solutions for the validation, verification of your mycotoxin testing approaches. My name is Marco Oatman. I'm a product manager at Trilogy Europe. And today I want to introduce the company Trilogy Europe to you because there's some new features about that. and I will talk about reference material and proficiency tests that we offer. And then I will focus obviously in the field of the mycotoxins. Okay, Trilogy Europe is located in the Netherlands, in the eastern part of the Netherlands, and we are a complete daughter of the Trilogy Analytical Laboratory in the USA. And from out the Netherlands, we are responsible for the supply of the products for Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. And Trilogy offers the reference material for analytical, physical, microbiological, and microscopic quality assurance. Trilogy is most known all over the world by its activities for mycotoxins. And the Netherlands are so small that I use an extra marker to show you where we are located. So we started building this company in the Netherlands, and we expect to receive the certifications from the ISO, the 17034, which is specifically for the producer of reference materials, and the 17043, which is for organizing proficiency tests. We have succeeded the audits, so we are now awaiting the paperwork, and this will be finished by the government in December, and then we can also publish it on our website and in our communication. We are an expert center for reference material proficiency tests, and we are also an active member of NEN committees, which are Dutch Europe committees, and in the committee of Eurogem. Now, what do we offer? We offer reference material, and why is reference material important in your laboratory? What we see, why do people use them? Obviously, it's a quality control you can use. You can need it. It can be needed for validation, harmonization of analysis methods. When there is a problem, you want to check your method. Maybe you want to compare different techniques of mycotoxins. So there are coming more and more techniques to measure mycotoxins in food, and maybe you want to compare them to see if you get the same results. It can also be necessary to determine the precision, accuracy of your measuring equipment or your technique that you are using. And what we also see is that for training purposes, people want to use a standard with a known concentration. What is very important is that there are different kinds of reference materials. You have a quality control material, which is made and checked by Trilogy, which can be used for your internal use in your laboratory, maybe for your daily, weekly control. Another material is a certified reference material, and that's quite something else. A certified reference material is tested with reference methods. It should be, yes, I wrote reference method, but even more reference method when they are available. And these materials are, we call that metrological traceable, meaning that it's tested by the reference method that are available with different methods. And so the value of this certified reference material is much higher. So if you want to be sure about your control that you are using, then the certified reference material is your choice, should be your choice. And we'll see that these materials are used for accreditation purposes and for external communication. What is important to mention is that for both controls, for as well the control quality control material as the certified reference material, we use naturally contaminated material when this is available. It's always a problem to get these materials, but when it's available, then we use them. And it's always mentioned in our product documents what is used. The certified reference materials, they are very difficult to receive and to produce, but yeah, Trilogy has managed to make for the mycotoxins to have a quite good portfolio, and this is an overview of what we offer today. So we have this for the aflatoxins, the DON, and 2 major matrices for the fumonisin, ochratoxin, and zearalenone. These are available. Quality control materials, there's an extensive portfolio, and I would like to invite you to visit the website and to see the whole overview of what we can offer. You will see it's a very, very large portfolio with several different matrices, and it's really, you can choose what is the best option for your assay, and we can also be assistance in that choice. In 2022, we have scheduled some new control material that we bring on the market. And I highlighted the CRM, new CRM for the mycotoxins, which is then a combination of DON and SEA in wheat. There was really a demand for that in the market, and this will be presented. The other controls you see in this list are for different assay area, so not the mycotoxins. I just show them here as an overview, but I will not go into detail indeed for these controls. And then the proficiency tests, Martin already mentioned it in his presentation about PCR, but proficiency tests are also used in the field of mycotoxins assays. And with the introducing the company Trilogy Europe, we also introduced the proficiency test inside the Trilogy group. I think you are all known what proficiency tests are, but I just want to go through the steps and the meaning of proficiency test from a supplier point of view for you. So when we organize a proficiency test, we guarantee that you can use this for monitoring, guaranteeing your assay. And therefore, we need to follow very strict rules for producing, for homogeneity, coding, etc. This is all tested, obviously, in your accreditation that you must have as a supplier. And yeah, you can use these samples, obviously, to test them. You test your analyte, you can give the results to Trilogy. This will be this is done in a web-based hub, and your participation is anonymous, so you will receive a number, but your laboratory is not known to the other participants. And then you will receive from us a report with the statistics behind it, so you can see how your assay has scored compared to other participants. Here again, this is the whole logistics for such a proficiency test. And yeah, like I said, this is all established now in the Netherlands. And so we have all the facilities to do this. I want to focus on the last step, as the follow up, because we are planning some new things in that. We are thinking of not stopping by presenting the report and that's it. We like to go one step further and offer individual guidance. If you have questions about your essay, about the differences you have seen with other participants, then we want to be there for you. Our scientists can see what he can do. And we are also thinking about organizing group meetings. So when there is a group at the PT, let's join together if the people are interested and discuss the problems that may have been occurred. For 2022, the proficiency test scheme of Trilogy is already known. We will present it on the website next week. And I also highlighted here the mycotoxins. So you see also in other fields we have this proficiency test. There will be a multi-mycotoxin available next year, and aflatoxin N1 specific for mycotoxins. And you see for the rest we have in other areas there's also the PT test. And as you can see, there's also now we will introduce a PCR proficiency test for the detection of animal protein, which is done an extra for the microscopic examination, which is done in that area. Going back for the multi-mycotoxin test, for the proficiency test, you see what's inside. We offer corn and peanut meal. It's now planned for week 15, 2022. And these are the mycotoxins that are inside. And we will test it with the LC-MS, HPLC, and ELISA. Then the statistics, I think this is very important. Also, when you compare proficiency tests, how are your results presented? How is the statistic organized behind it? We work with the SAT score and SAT SRR score when the result is below the lowest standard. But to be very practical, what you get is you see your results compared to an average of the participants, and you get an explanation of the statistics behind. Sometimes we choose about the statistics that we have measured at the proficiency lab to take that with the total statistic approach. Sometimes not. This is decided by the scientists. That's my colleague Kees van Putten, who is internationally known as an expert in this area, and he will decide per proficiency test what is the best statistic approach to show you how your essay can be interpreted in relationship to the other participants. And here's then the explanation of the SAT score. Important is that it has no numeric essay number, but it's depending on your distance from the average value. So the message is about, after the statistics, is that if you want to be precise and accurate about your mycotoxin analysis, fertility controls can help you with that, because you use standards with a very known concentration, and you can compare your results to other participants when you participate in a proficiency test. And what is unique for Trilogy, and why is these materials from Trilogy are on the market and quite successful, especially for mycotoxins. Like I said during my presentation, is when it's possible, we use naturally contaminated material, and thanks to our colleagues in the USA, we can do that because they have access to that. We are in the USA a very known laboratory for testing mycotoxins, so they have a lot of samples, and they can help us with that. But which is also important, I think, is the personal advice that we can offer you, communication lines. So you can be in direct contact with us, direct with the scientists, when there are questions about results. Like I said, the scientific expertise, especially for setting up the PT, the background of the PT, the background of the statistics behind. And we try to be quite fast in processing your results and reporting, so that you don't have to wait a long time before you get the results. but that you can see them quite quickly, and when necessary, you can take some corrective actions. Per proficiency test, we offer you 2 samples, 2 matrices, and what is very important, which we hear a lot as feedback from clients, is that we give you more than sufficient amount of a sample, meaning that you will have some extra of the sample. So you have participated in your proficiency test, but you have some sample still available in your lab. And this sample is obviously very well to use control material. So that is what we see, that people joining a proficiency test, but use the samples of this proficiency test as a control in the laboratory. So that was my presentation from the Trilogy controls for validation of your mycotoxins assay. My take-home messages for today would be that I've introduced Trilogy Europe to you. So the supply lines of Trilogy are now shorter, so not only from USA, but we have now this Europe, which can supply you the quality control materials. The difference between quality control certified reference material, which is very important, I explained to you, and I showed you that for next year we have a very new CRM for mycotoxins with a combined mycotoxin on the market. Proficiency test, I explained to you from a supplier point of view what this means and what we are doing. What we also want to do next year is starting up the production of reference material upon requests, the meaning that if your laboratory has a very specific request for a reference material, that we want to offer you this possibility in our laboratory in the Netherlands, that we will produce this reference material in a certain matrix, which can be very important for your laboratory. So this is an offer what we also got as feedback from the market, that there was a demand for that certain matrix can be very important, and then you, for your laboratory, for your area, and that you are looking for a reference material, you cannot find it, and then we should talk about the possibility to produce that under Trilogy, because under Trilogy always means it's independent, and that we also look at the most common assays on the market, and those assays we will take along with our test before we bring it actually to you. So then the end of my message would be sure about your test results, but also be sure that others can be sure about your test results, and especially for that, I think it's very good to know that the Trilogy control products are available. Then I want to thank you for your attention. I want to wish you a very nice day in Dubai on the Congress, and please let me know if there are questions. Maybe there's some time now for some questions, but others I will be available by email or whatever.
Thank you very much. We can open the floor to questions here in the room. Not seeing any, perhaps actually online, if there are any colleagues who would like to ask a question live. I see some questions in the board.
Yeah.
So in the Q&A section, I guess there is a question here: in validating the PCR methods for cereals, what are the key PCR conditions or parameters to monitor? So I don't know if this is something that you can address, Marco, or any of the team here.
For PCR, we have not looked into that for cereals, so I have no experience with that. No.
Okay. And I see that there was another question here. Did you discuss pesticide residues in veterinary drugs? We're going to be discussing actually pesticide residues in an upcoming presentation amongst instrumental techniques. Unfortunately, the following question, I'm not able to understand what it refers to. Please, my question about methods of chemical contaminants in fish and fishery products. The problem, Tariq, is I don't see your question. so I know that you have one, but I don't see it. So
maybe about the chemical contaminants. But what could be is that I know that there's, for example, Malachi green is really a problem in aquaculture at the moment worldwide. This could be, but also again, it's not in our scope yet. So we are looking at possibilities, and also good to have this information. But like I showed you, at the moment we are based on we are focusing on mycotoxin assay and also in the techniques, ELISA, LC-MS, HPLC. We have started with our first PCR, but that is animal protein. So that's another. But we are looking for. So the feedback is very good for other opportunities. Yeah. But also in pesticide, it's not our scope yet at the moment.
Okay, and I see another question as well from Fabian. In validating the PCR method for cereals, what are the key PCR conditions or parameters to monitor? Is that the same one that I already addressed?
Yeah,
I think I did.
Yeah.
I did. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to see if No, I think we're good. It seems that we have addressed the questions that are on the board. If there are no more questions in the room, thank you very much again, Marco, for your support and for your participation with us online.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
And we're going to move to the last presentation of this particular part of the session. Now actually discussing instrumental techniques. And we have the privilege to have with us Dr. Rajay PMN from the Waters Corporation, who's going to be introducing tandem quads approaches to ensure food safety.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rajesh. Basically, I work for Waters in past 13 years. Last 2 years, I'm working for Waters in Dubai. Today, I'll be just going through the multi-residue pesticide analysis because my basic work that I support the customers in working on the multi-residue pesticide analysis throughout the region, in fact. So I'll be just going through the slides just to make you to understand that what kind of workflow is there for the pesticide multi-residue analysis. So if you see the pesticide analysis, there are two workflows. In fact, one is a qualitative workflow, another one is a quantitative workflow.
Dr. Rajay, there are comments from colleagues that if you could get closer perhaps to the board because you're...
Should I go there?
Yeah, the microphone is not able to pick as well.
Okay. It's better for me. Okay. So if you look at pesticide analysis, there are two different procedures what you adopt in fact in your regular practices. One is a qualitative and another one is a quantitative workflows. When you say qualitative workflow, you are trying to screen the process, means to try to understand that what kind of pesticides are present or absent. It is completely qualitative. In fact, this works on time of flight machines where you need to go for the mass accuracy, in fact. So we need to see that what is the elemental composition of a compound to understand that whether this molecule is present or absent. So there are many procedures which is called a targeted and non-targeted screening. In fact, when you say targeted screening, you are going to compare the things with a library. You have already the library of pesticides. You try to see that whether which molecule will exactly set this particular molecule of interest, what you are looking for. And at the same time, if you see a quantitative workflow, it's completely different, where we are trying to match the standard with the sample. So we are trying to see that completely it is a quantitative because we are going to run the standards, compare with the sample, and understand that what concentration is there. Why we require that? We have a limits. So we say maximum residue limit. So maximum residue permissible limit. So that's what we call it as MRL and MRPL. So MRPL is where absolutely should be zero. MRL, there's limit like 10 ppb, some of the guidelines says. So in that case, we are trying to understand that what kind of concentration is available. So there are different softwares to support from Waters, in fact. From different vendors, we have a different softwares which supports these kind of workflows, in fact. If you see the extraction process, when you see, you have a different matrices in the market. So you have to see in case of vegetables, whatever the products you are going to consume as a food. So we need to see that whether these pesticides present or absent. So in that case, what kind of extraction protocols you need to follow? There are many protocols like salt phase extraction, liquid extraction, and Kochers. So if you see that there are many machines, instruments which are involved, and at the same time, a lot of softwares which are essentially supports in doing this analysis. So there are mass specs which are, in fact, the TKS Micro is one of the machine we prefer to for the quantitative, and we have a lot of qualitative workflows where we can use it as a G2XS QTOF, which is a benchtop models, where we can, if you see this, the system, where you can perform the liquid chromatography as well as the gas chromatography on the same machine, in fact. So you can use for the polar as well as non-polar pesticides, because they are the two different, we call, polar pesticides, which they go in the liquid chromatography, and non-polar pesticides will go in the gas chromatography. So this is how we follow that the same machine can perform the two things on the same system, where the polar and non-polar pesticide can be done. At the same time, you have a lot of softwares which are essentially to do the screening process, at the same time the quantitative workflows. And if you see here, there are many extraction protocols can be followed from the Oasis, at the same time Kochers, and we have everything, like the complete solution like a premier columns. So these are all things involved in your analysis. That's what I mean to hear. So why the mass spectrometry really required for the multi-residue analysis? This is a very important topic. So when you say we have, 20, 30 years back, there was no much mass spec used in the food safety analysis. If you see, go back, you have a liquid chromatography with a UV, fluorescence. Still today, they are used, in fact, for the analysis. When you say multi-residue analysis, definitely we require to look on the mass spec, because we cannot make a great separation because they are on absorbance based. At the same time, we have so many assays like immunoassays can be done, but still, you cannot get the specificity. That's very important in case of doing the analysis for the pesticides. If you have multi-analytes, this immunoassay cannot work so better. In fact, I can say. Then, if you look at the LCMS, it is really a great machine. In fact, compared to the UV or fluorescence, whatever the other way of detection. So here, the thing is, we are going to work on the multiple reaction monitoring. It doesn't matter if the peak is eluted at the same detection time or 100 peaks elutes at the same detection time. Still, we are going to separate them by the mass by charge ratio, where you have a qualifier ion and also the quantifier ion. So these are the things involved here to make the qualitative tool to understand the molecule is present or absent. At the same time, the ion ratio actually explains you that whether it is matching with the standard or not. So if there is some peak elute in the matrix, so if it doesn't match with the ion ratio, definitely the sample is not failed for the particular test. So these are the things that are involved in the LCMS, and it's very easy. In fact, you have a very less runtime, and then you can screen the 400 to 500 pesticides in a single shot. These are the greatest advantages when you see the LCMS system. So I'll be just going a little bit more fast, but I just want to tell you that what are the difficulties. There are many challenges. When you work on the pesticide analysis, these are the challenges you find. You have to follow some regulations, and your matrices are different. Day-to-day work is different. Tomorrow you are going to get different matrices. But how I can conclude the things very easily and very fast. In fact, that's very important, because no other scientist can perform, can work like this, like every day with one different kind of matrices. The greatest difficulty the food safety scientists who are working in the lab, they face day-to-day the matrix difference, because they don't know which matrix will essentially supports for their method, in fact. So these are the difficulties, but at the same time, how to come out of those difficulties. it's not so easy. Like, if you say bioanalysis, I'm basically bioanalytical scientist, where I work on a simple 2 or 3 different matrices, plasma, urine, or serum. But here, if you see, every day, every analysis has to be conducted on a different matrices. Every matrix has its own matrix effect on the mass spec. At the same time, it's very difficult for every scientist to work. And these are the things which are really challenging. And the regulations are going to be changing every day. Maybe next year, you will see a complete different regulations come up. And if you see, there are, if I take a polar pesticide as an example, the polar pesticides which were, analyzed at ppm level, maybe 4 to 5 years back. And now today, the regulation change, it has come to 10 ppb. So these are the things changes day to day. And those things we need to adapt very easily, and you should be able to produce the results according to the regulatory requirement. And this is what the impact, the demand is very, a great demand for the scientists who are working in the lab. And they had to work on the many analytes, and method performance, matrix to matrix. These are all the things, difficulties what the laboratory scientists go for when you go through, in fact. And of course, the SANTE has given you a lot of information. The guidelines clearly explains that these are the things, they maintain the harmony for all the food safety scientists, but they had to follow some certain regulations for the food and feed. And it is same for everyone. They have easily, clearly mentioned that what kind of regulations they have to follow, what are the residue limits. All these things are explained very clearly by the SANTE. At the same time, these are I'm just trying to show you that how many different commodities who are the scientists who are working in the food safety lab. So there are many commodities, and then they had to work on these different commodities with a multi-residue testing. It's not simple. Even antibiotics, if you are saying, there are more than 100 antibiotics they are checking in every, the milk and milk products and the animal feed. So these are the things, aflatoxins they are checking. So all these things are, multi-residues only. They're all, you need to be able to analyze them to the level of the requirement. And of course, Waters has, we promote a lot of, instruments, but here the TQS microwave stands on the top for the pesticide multi-residue analysis. At the same time, the top-end TQXS system, which is really required for the sensitivity purpose. But these are the instruments what we regularly use from the water side. And if you see the key challenges of a scientist who is working in the lab, so he has to keep the uptime very fast, and then the system has to perform the requirement according to the scientist. And they have to be, sample processing and turnaround time is very important, because you got the sample today and tomorrow you need to be in a position to produce the results. And the method has to be transferred from one system to another system very fast. So these are the quick requirements of the scientists. And if you see 20 years back, to tune the compounds, 1 or 2 compounds, it should take 1 or 2 days. Am I correct? If you are tuning the compounds, it really takes so much time, in fact. And now it's nothing like that. We have something like, some protocols can be followed very fast, and we can try to transfer the method very fast, and quickly can develop the method also. So something, very important, like this kind of tool, like SKI mode like tool. If you see here, you can do this analysis of polar and non-polar pesticides in a single run. Where if you see that APCI mode and ESI mode, APCI supports the non-polar content and ESI supports the polar content. We can do both of them in a single shot, just to know that whether what is the kind of ionizability of these molecules. So it's very important for a scientist. It's a quick way of doing that, referring that, okay, whether this molecule is polar or non-polar, which mode I should be using this analysis. So this is how one example. You can see multiple things can be done in a single shot. It's not so easy. 20 years back, we were not able to see this kind of workflows. And if you see that the TQS micro preferably, and it is just made for only for the multi-residue analysis. And it has so many features like IntelliStart, QuantPDR, QC monitor, target links, and trend plot. These are all the things which are actually required for the scientist who can quickly start their analysis. And they can use the library, and they can just use the QC monitor kind of workflows and reporting. It's very fast, we can do it. Trend plot, I was saying, just like you will not see everything. You just see the plot, whether this particular analyte of interest is increased or decreased, or at the same time, whether this particular sample is passing or failing. These kind of things can be done very fast on the trend plot. So it is like a quick start where I said, if you want to tune the compounds, new compounds come into the picture. So you can tune this compounds just like IntelliStart software. You just allow the system to tune the compounds and within a less time and produce the MRM conditions. What are the optimum conditions of the mass spec? It's very easy for us to do that. At the same time, this is the kind of library what you required. We already tuned something like, many vendors are doing this actually. They are tuning the compounds, keeping the MRM conditions, and they are also keeping the liquid chromatographic condition. Here, the Quantpedia is the one thing is a database. It supports any scientists who are working for 500 pesticides, 600 pesticides in single day. No need to work on the 3-4 days. Even single day is sufficient. You can straight away put this method, straight away transfer the method and screen for the analysis. That means there is a things called like, the transitions, liquid chromatographic condition, column condition, everything is stored in the library. So just pick the method drop into the method, into the mass spec, and then straight away do the analysis. And Target Links is one of the best software. What exactly does, it actually quantify the things and make the reporting in no time. In fact, it's very easy for us to do the quantification and calibration. Everything can be done by the Target Links. And this is the one of the why I'm just insisting on this one. When you are doing a method development, usually the people does the matrix effect. Matrix effect is nothing but one of the tools which is important for us to understand. I was just talking this before. Matrix to matrix is a difference is there, and you can see the new peaks coming up in a new matrix. You want to analyze those things, the workflows. It's very easy for us to do that radar kind of workflows. Where if you see the mass spec, actually it works on a static mode in the first quarter pole and static mode in the second quarter pole. This is called MRM. And if you see here, this MRM condition is changed to the scan condition. This is what called as radar. And if you see the chromatogram, how it looks like, you have your MRM transition is here, and you have the matrix. What is the matrix which you run it in the MS scan mode? You are able to see this one. If you are finding something, the peak at the same retention time, if you see the difficulty, this actually the matrix enhancement, what you call it as, this actually inhibit your ionization part of your analysis. This understanding will come very fast by using the radar. These are the things, tools for the scientists who are working in the lab. At the same time, if you have two peaks, you just can understand that what is this exactly this peak is, from where this peak has come from. Look at here, that this chromatogram, on the apex of the chromatogram, you can transfer that into the scan. So this will conclude that how this peak is really coming from your matrix, or it is coming from your analyte of interest. So these kind of things are very essential for a scientist who is working in the lab. And at the same time, sensitivity is also a very important topic. I would like to emphasize on this one, because if you see a chromatogram just here, a chromatogram with a dilution, you can see that very clear chromatogram, there is no much matrix interference. And if you look at here, the same thing, if I don't dilute it, if you see this peak, the peak is with some matrix, and the response is e raised to 4, and the response is e raised to 5. This is what the matrix interference, which actually subsidize the response of your analyte. But if I dilute that by 10 times, the matrix effect is gone. And this is where you can do this analysis, how when the system is very high sensitive. So that is what the most important thing, what aspect you need to understand. And these are the things that are quite important for the scientist who is working in the lab. And this has actually made it very easy for all the users to work on mass specs easily on the multi-residues. At the same time, the Target Links Access has a standard addition procedure, where what we are going to do is, if you see no matrix is free from residues. In fact, I can say no matrix. So you cannot get the black matrix in the world. Somewhere, maybe you need to clean it and use it as a matrix. But even though if some residue is present in the matrix, we can use this Target Links Access method, where we can make a standard addition to that and generate the linear curve. So this is what the software support, what you will get when there is no pesticide free from matrix, in fact. And sample extraction is very crucial. And of course, in multi-residue analysis, we have different extraction procedures where I will just go through them. In fact, I don't want to go through all these points. There's a QHS is one of the most important thing what you require to understand. Here we have two methods. One is the AOAC, other one is CEN method. When you say non-polar contents, you use for CEN method. We use for the GC or the GC analysis you are regularly doing in the lab. At the same time, AOAC is for the polar pesticides. When you say polar to mid-polar, when you are working, or liquid, water content matrices when you are taking. So this is AOAC is the best procedure what you need to follow. At the same time, if you say oils and seeds, oil seeds, such kind of things, when you say non-polar content pesticides, if you are looking, in those cases, the CEN method is very much useful for us. And the simple procedure is very simple. Just take a centrifuge and add 10 grams of the sample. Then you add the QHS sachet, open the QHS sachet, add it to that, vortex it, centrifuge it, dilute it, and shoot it to the mass spec. Very simple. Most of the times, dilute and shoot is the easiest part for any scientist who is working in the lab, because if you are going for the solid phase extraction or something difficult task, is always it's a task only. In fact, for the scientists, but it is a very easy process for us to go forward. There are a few more methods which are easily doable in the lab. I will just show you later on. And at the same time, if you see this is how it looks like. In fact, just vortex it, centrifuge it, take the supernatant and dilute and shoot. Dilute and shoot. This is what the method. And at the same time, if you have pigmentation, just use the charcoal treatment to remove the pigments. Of course, these are the different methods available, which are with the AOAC and CEN methods from waters. At the same time, I was just trying to show that if it is not possible for us to go with the oasis, or some of the pesticides can be done on the HLB, and the simple protocol recently I have generated for this reason. In fact, for the HLB protocol, automation is quite possible to do that. It is very simple procedure. Of course, the HLB and MCX, two different cartridges, not to miss anything, in fact, in this process. So we just run them through this HLB as MCX. After the extraction, we take that into evaporator and reconstitute the sample. So here two different cartridges are used so that you will not miss any pesticides. In fact, you just pass through this and pass through this, then take the pool, both of the samples, elutants, and then evaporate it and reconstitute it. Of course, we have a ready-made method, which is in the protocols are already generated. And most of the customers in Middle East region, I try to help them with this kind of protocols, and they are already working on this multi-residue analysis. I'll show you some of the chromatograms. This is 4 pesticides in Wokra, and this is one of the recent one, which is done at the customer place. In fact, so they are working on the TTS micro, and you look at the chromatogram, and almost the runtime is very less. In fact, within 10 to 15 minutes, we can close all the contents. And even the difficulty is because I'm just kept this slide because 15 years back I could not be able to do this one. In fact, where if you work on the positive and negative mode, we need to separate the chromatographically and do the analysis. But now the systems are so easy. Now you can do the positive and negative mode, though the peaks are eluting at the same retention time. It's very easy now. Of course, sensitivity makes a difference. This I already showed you, the chromatogram, the matrix effect, where we can dilute and shoot. Here, this is the one of the aflatoxin we are trying, and just take the chili powder, dilute with methanol, vortex it, centrifuge it, dilute with water, load into the mass spec. So when you dilute and shoot, the sensitivity is very good because you are reducing the matrix effect. At the same time, we should keep in our mind that our mass spec should also be sensitive, and we should also have a chromatographically strong. Means when you say chromatographically strong, you should be in a position to separate the matrix factors very easily. At the same time, your analyte of interest can be separated from the matrix. That's very important. Of course, these are the methods we established long back. for tetracyclines, antibiotics, and sulfonamides. These are the different, multi-analytes which are, checked on the shrimp matrix. In fact, this is actually the chromatogram from the shrimp. So we just spike into the shrimp matrix and then extract it with a simple liquid extraction. We don't use coaches, we don't use SPE, nothing. It is a dilute and shoot like take it, add it to the formic acid, acetonitrile, vortex it, centrifuge it, dilute the sample and load it to the mass spec. So it's so easy, in fact, I can say. So now the multi-ratio analysis becomes so easy because you have very good sensitive machines with you, in fact. This is again the Japanese requirement. They were looking for nitrofuran parent compounds. So usually people do the nitrofuran metabolites, but they requested for the parents because some of the contents after the shrimp taking out of the shrimp from the water, these kind of antibiotics are used for their storage conditions. In fact, in those cases, this test is very important. So where the nitrofuran parent compounds also can be analyzed very easily without any derivatization. And recently these polar pesticides come up, very important, anionic polar pesticides. We have established this method, very easy method, which is called QUPE. It's a very simple, dilute and shoot. It is a quick polar pesticide analysis. So it's very simple, just taking the sample, a homogeneous sample, and just take a 1% formic acid, vortex it, centrifuge it, dilute it, or filter it, load into the mass spec. How easy it is. So without any derivatization, we can do this polar pesticide analysis, and we have done a lot of work on this. In fact, the chromatographical condition and all that, we have used the Hillick column, DEA column, then we have created a polar pesticide column itself. Look at here. So these molecules, earlier days, we used to do derivatization. Without derivatization, we were not able to understand them on the mass spec. So, but here, without any derivatization, and with a simple mobile phase condition and a simple extraction process, you can use this method straight away for doing the anionic polar pesticides on mass spec. So it has become so easy now. And nothing is difficult now because the systems have become so easy. They can be modified. The liquid chromatography can become modified as a gas chromatography mass spec. So this is what the APGC, just change the source on the top and turn it back. And you can see here, the liquid chromatography is this side, GC is from other side, and correct the mass spec on the center. So you can use the liquid chromatography and gas chromatography in single run, one after the other, in fact. So in single system, I need to say. And this ionization technique is very simple. You are not going to fragment. GC normally works on the fragmentation, in fact. So you use an electro impact ionization technique where it breaks the molecule, in fact. But here the molecule will not be broken. It is intact. Like how the liquid chromatography, you are doing the protonation or deprotonation, the same process. Here we are just trying to ionize the compound with the APCI mode. If you see here in the APCI mode, and we are trying to see that ionization happens in the nitrogen, which is abundantly present at the vicinity of the corona pin, and the nitrogen charges get transferred onto your molecule of interest, and the molecule gets charged, and you can see that that is a part of ionization happens without breaking, or it's a simple soft ionization technique, I can say. No need to do any hard ionization process here, and the molecule is intact, even though it is non-polar compound. And the advantage is very, very high when you see the electro impact ionization technique. You will see that the base peak, or you will see the fragmented peak, but not the molecular ion of your interest. But in case of atmospheric pressure chemical ionization APGC procedure, you can see your parent as well as you see the fragments. So in that process, what happens? You will have enough sensitivity, and at the same time, this kind of fragmented molecule are many. In fact, there can be many molecules have a similar fragmentation, and you don't know the specificity of that sometimes. The degree of difficulty is very high in that. But to make so easy the APGC process, where we are not going to fragment the molecule, you will be showing the molecule of your interest, in fact. And your results also very simple. You can see that, you can see the sensitivity also is great, in fact, if you compare to the electro impact radiation with the APGC. And at the same time, single fragmentation can be, you can understand the single fragmentation molecule, and we can separate them very clearly. And we have the protocols which are already mentioned. I was just explaining you that we have a liquid chromatography as well as a gas chromatography, and we have the written protocols and G0, G2, XS, QTOF to understand the screening as well as running the analysis in the MRM. Of course, the targeted screening is just before I was talking about, where you're comparing with the library, in fact. And you have the library with you, and you just compare the parent ion and fragment ion, and mass accuracy are the points to be considered to understand that the molecule is present or offset. And non-targeted screening, again, it's very difficult because you are trying to see that unknown compound which is not matching with the library, but you are only working on the accuracy, mass accuracy, and the fragmentation. Okay. So with that, you are going to see that what kind of elemental composition generated for the molecule of interest, and that elemental composition, we are going to see that with some of the libraries which are available, and then try to understand that this molecule is the structurally like this, and this is the molecule. So that confirmation will come only for the non-targeted area. Of course, for that we have ready softwares, and just to compare, here this example, just to say binary comparison, where we are seeing that one sample to the another sample, what are the differences? So that differences actually explains to that one reason to another reason, what kind of pesticides are used by the farmers. That part also can be clearly understood, because it's very important for that. One reason farmers are using these pesticides, another reason the farmers are using different pesticides. So what are the differences also can be understood by the non-target screening procedures. So this is how we can conclude that how the unknown pesticides which are come into your matrix, and which you're actually not doing the analysis of, you don't have the standards to do the analysis, but still you will be in a position to identify them very quickly on the time of flight machine. So I think I take within half an hour or more than that. So with this, I thank you very much for Sammy to give this a chance for me to speak.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raja, for sharing all these various options actually to analyze different types of analytes and the possibilities that are made available to us with these instrumental techniques. This will open up actually the floor for any questions from the team here. Okay, not seeing any. I'm just going to go and check actually if there are some Q's and A's simply in here. I believe that they are just the other questions of the last time. So I don't see any new questions coming up here. Well, thank you very much again, Dr. Raja. I think this will lead us to conclude at least this particular session on the applications. As per the program, we are entitled to a little break. So we are more indulgent actually in the afternoon, right? So we have more breaks. We're going to have a break of about 30 minutes, I believe, according to the program. And we should be reconvening at 3 p.m. Dubai time. So 3 p.m. Dubai time. So for colleagues online, please do not leave or come back at 3 p.m. Dubai time. Thank you. Colleagues here, do you mind if we take a group photo? Okay, it is a little bit after 3 p.m. Dubai time, and we are reconvening and restarting, continuing this session related to the application of food analytical techniques and capacity building programs. And our next speaker is Dr. Owen Fraser, the president of the Sub-Saharan Africa section of AOAC International. And Dr. Fraser will be introducing the activities of the section and also the perspectives for the development of the food laboratory community in Africa. So thank you for being with us, Owen, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks very much, Sam. I'm just trying to get myself lined up so at least our audience online can see me and I can engage directly face to face with the audience in the room. So I'll be sort of just I think right. So I think it's now 3 after 3 Dubai time and after a nice lunch and a good break. I think there's still a bit perhaps a bit fatigued with a long day of 60 hours and so on. So I will try to make my presentation as quickly as possible, but also keep it interesting and relevant for this event. So if you have any questions while I'm talking, it's okay, please interrupt me and we can make it a bit more interactive. So my name is Owen Fraser. As Sam said, I am the president of the AOAC Sub-Saharan Africa section. I'm the founder president of this section, and which we started establishing in 2018. But I will tell you a little bit more of that story. I'm a food safety and quality professional. I'm a scientist. Work in a number of areas. All right, a bit more. Okay. All right. All right. When I'm going down, please someone just give me a Sam, just give me a hand, and I will make sure I keep it up. So thanks very much to Sam and the organizers of this very important meeting, giving me the opportunity to share with you both in this room and online, what we have been doing with the AOAC Sub-Saharan Africa section, a little bit of the story behind it, and how we're using this platform to bring value to the community we're serving in Sub-Saharan Africa. So, hope this is working. I need to point it here, or where? Is it this one? Nice. Okay. So over the next maybe 25 minutes, I will just tell you a bit about why engage the AOAC. I will introduce give you a bit of introduction to the AOAC Sub-Saharan Africa section. I will talk a little bit about the relevance of this section for our community, and this is the AOAC. Sorry, yeah, no, a bit too fast there. All right, a relevance of what we do within the region. I will just give you some examples of how we're delivering value to our community and give a little hint of what we're seeing as the future of this organization. So I'm just pressing the wrong buttons now, going backward and forward. So, okay, so there you go. Right, so why the AOAC? Testing provides that link between compliance, regulatory regulations and standards, and compliance. And we know that when this works well, it ensures that our customers, the consumers of food and other products, are getting what they're paying for. It's safe, and sorry, this is not supposed to happen like this. It's I think I'm accidentally touching something here. But when this goes wrong, when testing is not done correctly or reliably, this results in a whole lot of other problems. I think one such example is in, I think it was 2015, 2016, with the lead in noodles crisis in India, where one party tested, they found lead, but when this was independently verified, there was no lead. And so that is a very good example of when testing isn't, the standards of testing are varied between the different organizations. So why the AOAC? The AOAC provides a well-proven platform of developing fit-for-purpose methods to inform on conformity assessment, and it provides a platform where we within the region, can leverage our collective expertise, of course, leverage the collective expertise of AOAC International to really drive improvement in testing and testing standards within the Sub-Saharan Africa region. So we met in 2017. I initially engaged because I was working in Africa, and I was based in Cote d'Ivoire at that time. And we engaged a number of interested parties around the continent. And we came up, we asked, what would you like? We'd like to propose establishing a network of scientists, like-minded professionals, regulators, to be able to, to be able to respond to the needs we see in the region, and to leverage our collective knowledge and experience, and to ask, what would you like AOAC to be to you as your organization, as well as individuals? And this was what we came up with. So the AOAC was this is our the vision of the organization, which came to be, and I will talk a bit more about that. Is to be sorry, this is not working out very well. So to be a leading regional scientific professional association, building confidence in analytical results. The section is dedicated to promoting and advancing knowledge and best practices in the analytical sciences within the region. This is absolutely important for us to ensure trade and for public health protection. So the section aims to achieve its goals by through collaborations, training, capacity building, analytical method harmonization, alignment, as well as extension of the scope of analytical methods to include local indigenous foods, which there aren't any validated methods existing in the database, of course, but are consumed quite extensively throughout the continent and are likely to be traded outside the continent in the future, and also to serve as an independent, impartial scientific advisory body to the various agencies within the continent. So just a little bit about our history. We had this first consultation in Johannesburg, South Africa in 2017, where we had about 15 persons. There were some persons there who were really not directly involved in the discussion. We came together and we discussed, this is really jumping ahead of me now. So we came together, we discussed the, what we would like this organization to be, how we would like to structure this organization, who were interested in being part of this, because it's a voluntary organization, and to make that commitment to take that forward. Once we did that, we incorporated the section. It's registered as a non-profit professional association. It's registered in South Africa, and sorry, I'm really having a hard time with this. I will just put it here and I'll touch it when I need it. Yeah, so in 2018, we received the chartership from the AOAC International, and then 2018 we also had an inaugural meeting in Pretoria in South Africa. this was quite a successful meeting. We followed in Cape Town the following year in 2019, and 2020 COVID eliminated all possibility of getting together. So during that year, we did lots of activities, engaging our members, seminars and webinars and so on, quite a lot of training. And then in 2021, sorry, just a couple of weeks ago, we had our third annual meeting, which was a hybrid event. It was mainly virtual, but we had a meeting of our key stakeholders and partners, where we had what we call a strategic networking sessions, where we looked at where we were and how we can maintain our relevance as an organization. So I will just talk to you a little bit about, I'll give you a little taste of our membership. So geographically, we're Sub-Saharan Africa, and of course, there is when we talk about Africa, we're talking about all of that, and there isn't, in the terms of our key partners in the region, the African Union doesn't see Africa as Africa, Sub-Saharan, and other parts of Africa. And so I think what will happen going forward, and we're very happy that we now have the Arab section that is going to form, is that we are really looking to be a key partner within the context of AOAC, and of course working a lot together. And we discussed that with Sam, and of course this is something we look forward to. So we have about, we cover about 49 countries. We have about almost 400 members. This has grown quite rapidly. I think it's probably because, of course, we're relevant, but we were also free to be a member. In the beginning, we're changing that now. But in terms of what the membership consists of in terms of organizations represented, we have about 37% government, 15% academia. We have industry partners who makes about 26%, and contract research labs that are 15%, 4% of technology providers, and about 3% of others. These others are organizations such as ARSO, which is African Standardization Organization. We have Land O'Lakes. We have the African Union Department for Rural Economies and Agriculture. We have members there who are also part of that team. So we're engaging quite widely in the continent. How do we ensure relevance for what we do as a section within the region? So the first thing we do, and the first thing we did, and we continue to do every few years, every couple of years, is to send out surveys. Not sure why it's changing, but it wasn't meant to be like that. We send out surveys to engage our membership to find out what it is that, what are the, I think it's time, it's already times.
All right.
Changes on its own. All right, so I think this is disrupting things a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe we can, if we can allow me to change it, then I could make sure that what is on there is what is, yeah. So it was made that way. Right. So I need to speed up. Right. Okay, so I think that's going to be difficult, but try. So we try to get the voice of the customer, the voice of our members, the voice of our stakeholders engaged, and this tells us what they see as the role of the AOAC within the region, and how that is going to. Sorry. Right.
We're gonna disable.
Okay, please do that. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, and how that really should inform what we do. It's a voluntary professional association. We need to make sure that we are relevant. What we're doing is relevant to the needs of our community. Of course, we have AOAC International. They have their goals and so on, their objectives. But we need to make sure that the organization is serving those the community that we are part of. And so we collect that information. And when the PowerPoint comes back up, you will see the three primary areas where our members, our community, feel that we can serve, and that makes up our priority. That has not changed since the initiation in 2017, 2018, and it continues to be capacity building and training, analytical method harmonization and alignment, and thirdly, laboratory standards of performance. Within laboratory standards of performance, safety in laboratory is also part of that. So we look at performance in a more holistic manner. We don't look at just the performance in p-tests. We look at that much more holistically to include other aspects of laboratory performance. I think I'm ahead of the presentation now because right, good. Can I control? Okay. So it doesn't like when I control it now. Okay, so these are, alignment, and the fourth one is actually partnership, to promote partnerships in the region. So how do we deliver this value to our community? So examples of these are what we implemented quite recently over the last year. We put in place a program to assess, to benchmark the performance of laboratories based on what the regulations require, rather than it's not a p-test. So we provide laboratories with the standard method performance criteria, which is based on what the regulatory requirements are. And then we provide reference materials for them to analyze and return that result. And that result is actually compared to the standard method performance requirements with a certain level of method uncertainty, and we just compare what those are, fundamentally different from the proficiency and others. The purpose of that really is to understand where labs are with regards to what they're expected how their methods are expected to be performed related to the regulatory requirements and where they are. And the aim of that is to identify labs where the performance is not within that uncertainty, and to work with them to identify the root causes of poor performance. And with that, we then have what we call a laboratory mentorship program. And of course, this is part of our capacity building activities, where we work with them to identify root cause of poor performance, and then work with them, coach these labs to be able to improve their performance. And then we have this is cyclic. We then do the same again, and this helps to raise that level. Now, it is the community who decides what are their priorities. In some areas, it may be the nutritional components, vitamin A, iron, zinc, because food products are being fortified in their region, and they would like to be able to accurately quantify that because it's a regulatory requirement. It could be a food safety issue, so the mycotoxins, aflatoxins in some places, depending on the commodities, deal with ochratoxin and fuminescents, perhaps in others as well. And so we are working with this, and we've had the first report from this laboratory benchmarking scheme, and the results are very. We actually found that around 50% of labs are very precise in their results, but are terribly inaccurate. And so our next step is really working with those labs to find out where they are. So this is actually quite worrying, because it means that half of the results produced by these labs, and these labs, there are about 37 labs coming from 8 countries in the continent, who are producing results on which decisions are made that are not reliable. I'm not sure if this work is being done in other parts of the world, but it'd be very interesting to see how lab results are comparing with what they're expected to be, the performance they're expected to be with relation to that. So We also run capacity building activities, and we have a very focused activity on young scientists development, because this is obviously for the future of our organization, but for the profession within the region. Collaborations, so we work on building collaborations. You probably heard earlier, the collaboration with AOAC International and the African Standardization Organization, really key to us. We built this collaboration and made it AOAC International Collaboration. And with Land O'Lakes quite recently, where we're working on developing these different lab capacity. All the benefits that we bring to our members is, through negotiating with AOAC International, to have dual membership, where a member of the AOAC Sub-Saharan section can have a lower cost to be a member of International, as well as the section, and have access to the official methods and other content, and access to the international network as well. So we have initiated a few other programs to be able to support financially these initiatives. It's important for us to be relevant, remain relevant to our members, and bring value that they can feel. I mean, they're spending $20 for membership. It's important for us to make sure that that we get a value. This is an example. Metal alignment activity is an example of one of the programs that we run. I will not go into it, but basically this is promoting sharing of methods. So labs volunteer to share the method they're using. We use our collective expertise to assess the relevance or the importance of those, the fit for purposeness of those methods. And then we together, once we identify any gaps within that, then we work on ways of either demonstrating it, if it's a gap that perhaps it's not so clear. There's an example I will show you after, but we work on ways in which we can improve this and close those gaps. We facilitate this method and sharing through the development of a digital laboratory method sharing platform. And we provide some additional materials on that platform, a repository of what the official methods to be used, not only AOAC method, but all other international official methods that are suitable for those matrices. Another example of how we really bring in value is through this activity, which we did in 2019, where we, in South Africa, there is a regulation on sodium and salt in food. And the regulation is very specific in terms of what is recommended for analytical methods to be used to verify conformity to the regulation, compliance to the regulation. So we did this work together with the National Institute of Metrology South Africa, with some industry partners independently, and we were able to produce a white paper which informed all the methods that were fit for purpose for that regulation. And it was very interesting because a lot of labs, government labs, were using the argentometric titration method, which quantifies chlorides, but the regulation specifically spoke about quantification of sodium. And so, while in some cases the argentometric titration will quantify sodium accurately, where industry is modifying the recipes and using non-sodium chlorides to compensate so that the foods taste well. For example, potassium chloride. When you use that argentometric titration, you will overestimate. And so for companies who are spending a lot of money in modifying the recipes, they lose their competitive advantage because the method that the regulators, the food control bodies are using are not necessarily fit for purpose, and so on and so forth. So there are a number of interesting things there that came out of this, which we informed. So this is another way in which we are really bringing value to our membership. Collaborations. We work with ARSO, and the aim of this is really to facilitate the adoption and development of testing methods, testing standards for Africa. that are relevant for Africa. If you look for a method for quantifying mycotoxin cassava, I think you will find a big challenge. The international official methods that are there, even the OAC methods, does not lend itself very well for quantification of mycotoxin cassava in this case. And so we are working with ARSO to really extend the scope of existing analytical methods to be able to accurately quantify. And we're working here with also Land O'Lakes Venture 37. You would have heard that we had this collaboration. This came out through our engagement with Land O'Lakes in East Africa. And we're working with them to improve the testing in laboratories that are key to those countries' economic development, trade and economic development. So what does the future look like for us? Well, we will try to continue to be relevant to our community. We will, to deliver value for the community, to grow our membership, and to expand the capacity building programs and partnerships that are supporting these programs. We're also aiming to restructure the organization to ensure sustainability and relevance. A part of that is also engaging more directly and partnering with other sections, such as the Arab section. We have the India section, which is also very strong, and we're looking to do these partnerships. In closing, I would like to thank all of our partners and membership that has been extremely important in us being able to build this organization, to support the activities that we perform, and which are very important, who are very important in continuing to grow this organization. I'd like to mention a few, but this, of course, by no means all. We have H. Ludi, who is a lab infrastructure design and manufacturer. We have Microsoft Waters, very important partners for us in the region. We have PerkinElmer, who's supporting a lot of our young scientist development programs, dedicated support there. We have Trilogy, our biopharm. I do apologize. I somehow miss. When I think of Trilogy, I think of our biopharm, and I missed that one completely. But Trilogy, our biopharm, has been very, very important partner for our section. And just to mention, the Shimatsu and a few others who are extremely important as, of course, our members. So with this, I'd like to say thanks very much for this opportunity. And any question, I hope, easy ones. And I hope I've kept you from falling asleep. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Owen, for this great overview. And perhaps we can have the opportunity to have one or two questions from the room. Yes,
yes. Just like here in Middle East, we have a GCC standards, okay, for analytical parameters for flow. Do we have such like a standard in African Union?
Yes. So the African Standardization Organization, sorry, I'll just come over here. The African Standardization Organization is responsible for setting those standards for the continent, food, other materials, vehicles, motor vehicles, and things like this as well. So quite extensive. They develop these standards, and those standards are then cascaded to the different regional economic communities. However, in the past, countries would interpret that in their own way, would go away and establish their own standards, and that creates lots of problems. Creates a huge barrier to trade, and in fact, in many cases, it was used as a way of creating barriers to trade, protecting your own market. And with the advent now of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, ARSO is taking a much stronger position. And there's I think, unanimous agreement that those standards will be cascaded down into the regional economic communities and into the countries as well. absolutely important for harmonization standards in order to facilitate the free trade and the growth that will come from that. Thank you. Thanks. Pleasure.
Thank you very much, Owen, for this once again. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
We're going to stay in the African continent, and this is a time slot that we have planned in order to highlight an important capacity building program that has taken place and is continuing, in fact, to be implemented in the African continent in collaboration with AOAC Sub-Saharan Africa, but also in collaboration with a number of partners. And perhaps before starting this segment, our team actually has prepared, and particularly Dr. Eli Bouyazbek has prepared a short video just to highlight some of their accomplishments. So we're going to start with that. Introduction to a capacity building program that we had the privilege to implement thanks to a number of partnerships. Beginning with the partnership of the US Department of Agriculture and the US International Development Agency, who have really believed in this program and funded its implementation. This is meant to be a capacity building program in a multi-phase, using a multi-phase approach, aiming to train trainers in a number of key methodological aspects, particularly for analytes of interest to the African continent, such as pesticide residues and aflatoxins. Now, we had an initial plan about this capacity building program, and then COVID, of course, came in the way. But thankfully, we were not stopped by COVID. And in fact, our partners worked with us in order to amend the program and in fact, to offer it to the broadest number of candidates possible. So we moved to an online-based training that will be then continued with an in-laboratory setting program. And in fact, today we are highlighting the completion of one major milestone of this capacity building program, the completion of the online training activity. In fact, actually, this program was implemented in a way that leveraged different funding sources. One of them is the funding source from the US Department of Agriculture and the US International Development Agency, but also another program that, in fact, was implemented with the East African community in collaboration with Land O'Lakes, I believe also funded by the US Department of Agriculture. So two sources of funding were essentially leveraged, and we have had the privilege to identify about 160 scientists from the African continent, including scientists from the East African community. And over a period of 4 months, 2 cohorts were trained thanks to the participation of a number of our instructors and trainers. We have the privilege to have a number of participants and contributors to this program present with us today.
I believe it's 6:30 in the morning in North America. They are in North America. So I would like to introduce Dr. Janie Dubois, who has been a major leader, in fact, behind this program. Hello, Janie, and welcome. Thank you for being with us. Dr. Jérémy Théolier from the Food Regulatory Excellence Platform, the Food Risk Analysis and Regulatory Excellence Platform in Laval University. Bonjour, Jérémy. Hello. Thank you for joining us from Quebec City. And we have also the privilege to have with us two of our colleagues from the US Department of Agriculture who have supported this initiative and continue to be working with us on this initiative. Michel Flavin and Mary Inch. Welcome, Michel and Mary. And again, thank you for being with us. We have also implemented this initiative thanks to the collaboration and the partnership of the African Union. I don't know that Dr. Amari is with us today, but you know, the African Union has been an instrumental partner also in enabling this activity, as well as AOAC Sub-Saharan Africa. And we have also the contribution of a corporate partner and a co-sponsor of this initiative in the Waters Corporation. And we have representative from the Waters Corporation, at least in this region, present with us. So this segment is really meant to highlight some of the features of this capacity building program and some of the learnings that we can get out of it, with the hope that we can use these learnings to reproduce them not only for the African continent, but also for this particular region. I'm going to give the floor first to Dr. Jérémy Théolier. Jérémy, if you'd like to say a few words about the structure of the program, and then actually equally to Jérémy and Janie to start with this, if you'd like to make a few comments on the way you lived this program as instructors. And then I'm going to go to our colleagues from the USDA as supporters of this initiative, to give them the floor also to give us their insights on this initiative. So Jérémy and Janie, the floor is yours.
Want to start, Jérémy?
Yeah, I prepared the presentation if you want to.
And just actually in the meantime, I would like to welcome and highlight that we have 171 participants with us online. So thankfully, we didn't have the online participation fatigue so far, and we continue to have and to enjoy a number of our participants online with us. Jérémy, ça va? Oui, c'est bon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, 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 it's good. So good afternoon, in fact, and thank you for attending this session today. So my name is Jérémy Théolier. I'm a research associate at Laval University. I work for Samuel Godefroy since 2016. So during this talk, I will present the outcomes of a food laboratory capacity building program in Africa. In the first part, I will talk about the design and the structure of the program and the selection of the candidates. Then I will present the trainees' results and the element that emerged from it. So Janie, if you want to intervene at some point, please be my guest, of course. So, but before I begin, I need to give you just a little bit of context. Initially, the program was designed to reach a limited number of countries in Africa. We would have assessed the laboratory capacities of a limited number of countries and trained only a few experts in food contaminants in their laboratory in Africa. So it was an on-site program at first. So this first version of the program was to start in spring 2020. So obviously it has been completely revised following the COVID pandemic. So with our partner organization, which were the USAID, the USDA, and the African Union, it was decided to change the content of the program by switching it to online mode, like Samuel said in the introductory remark. In this way, it opened it up to virtually all countries in Africa and to many more potential participants. So at first, it was decided to limit the number of participants to 80, which was about 10 times more than what was initially planned. The size of the cohort was decided just to keep the possibility to interact specifically with the different trainees and to keep it at a human scales. For the recruitment, candidates had to fill out a form and send it back to us. So this form was disseminated by partner organizations like AOSC Sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you, Owen, for that. The USDA, the African Union, and of course ourselves, GForce also. So our African colleagues had about a month to submit their applications. The people that were targeted for this program were people involved in the analysis of food contaminant from a regulatory standpoint, which means people who work in regulatory or inspection agencies. So in the end, we received more than 300 applications coming from 28 different countries out of the 54 that are in Africa, including application from universities, from students, and from industries. So all the different parts of Africa were represented, but we observed an underrepresentation of North Africa, with the exception of Egypt, in fact, and Central Africa with fewer candidates than anticipated, indicating that we lack certain communication channels to reach everyone. Likewise, no candidacy from sub-Saharan countries has been reported. And on the contrary, we observed a large proportion of certain countries representing big economies of Africa, like Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, for example. With the exception of South Africa. Don't know why, but we received only a few applications from this country. So considering the difficulty of reaching the entire African community, this step was considered a success. So to choose the candidates, we applied the selection criteria which are displayed on screen, including eliminatory criteria such as management support. As the goal was to limit the number of participants to 80, we also set up a threshold at 35 points. However, it soon became obvious that the number of good candidates was very high. Yeah, we had more than 160 candidates above 40 points and more than 200 above 35 points. So instead of adding arbitrary criteria, we decided to make two cohorts of 80 candidates each, including one cohort dedicated to the East African community, thanks to the support of Land O'Lakes Venture 37. Why the EAC? It was because EAC represents about half of the candidacy of the applications. So in the end, after a complete review of the 300 applications, the final list of participants was determined and approved by the partners' organizations. So following discussions with the partner organizations, we focused on methods to analyze the presence of contaminants in foods for both rapid and confirmatory methods. So the structure of the online program was as follows. A first module to equalize the knowledge of the different trainees on food contaminants with an introduction on risk analysis. Then modules 2 and 3 put the emphasis on rapid methods like ELISA and LFDs, lateral flow devices. Modules 4 to 6 presented the different concepts used in chromatography and mass spectrometry. Module 7 focused more on the practical part of these methods. And finally, Module 8 present the AOEC, some of the AOEC methods and how AOEC validate these methods. And the last module introduced the concept of quality assurance, which is essential to have robust results in a laboratory. So the different modules were offered in English, obviously, and also in French, as several African countries use it. So in total, the online program contains more than 10 hours of video just for the classes. We also add live sessions, mostly to get feedback from the student and to come back to specific points that needed a little bit more study. During these live sessions, we also went back to the self-assessment quizzes so that the students could assess their own progress and if they needed to come back to certain lessons to review the document that were offered. Once available, the documents and videos were accessible at all times, and new content was made available according to a predefined schedule, which was adapted based on trainees' feedback. Trainees also had access to a forum to ask specific questions about the content or the form of the program. 3 evaluations were used to obtain a ranking of the students and also to quantify their knowledge after the end of the program for the following phase of this program. So for the first cohort, which include all the African country, the training started in March and ended in August 2021. On the 75 students, 54 completed the program, most of them with excellent grades, indicating that the participants have well integrated the different concepts that were discussed in the training. More than half of the students who finished obtained more than 80%. We even have had 2 students with perfect grades. So the participation during the live sessions was more important than anticipated, with more than half of the students for each sessions, if we mix the French and the English speakers all together, because we had separate live session for French speakers and English speakers, of course. So basically, everything went smoothly for the first cohort, which confirmed, in fact, the excellence of the application that we received during the application. So on the screen, you can see the statistics, the graphics for each of the 3 evaluations. And as you can see, the scores are in fact really good. We can observe a small decrease in the grade for the 3rd evaluation, but we must not forget that the training lasted 5 months, so there were probably a little fatigue at this point. For the second cohort dedicated to the East African community, the training started at the very end of May and ended at the beginning of September, so 2 months ago. On the 82 students, 66 graduated from the program. Once again, the scores were excellent, quite good. The quantitative participation during the live session was also important, but a little less than for the first cohort. But we do not forget that the second cohort was limited to the EAC country, which is obviously in the east part of Africa. So the time difference was probably a little bit too important, and may explain with Canada and the United States for Jenny. And may explain why there is a small difference between the second cohort and the first cohort. However, the qualitative participation was in fact really good. So this time we had only between brackets 22 candidates above 90%. We explained this by the fact that some applicants who could have not have been selected for the first cohort might have been selected here. So, but obviously it's not that simple. We actually had a number of students who tried to complete some evaluations, but still but failed. In fact, that they are under 50%. But they still managed to complete the program thanks to the other evaluations, to the other modules. So this phenomenon, in fact, was not observed with the first cohort. So, I mean, the second cohort was maybe a little bit weaker than the first one, but they tried a lot to progress. So this phenomenon may explain why there is a little difference between the grades of the first cohort and the second one. Anyway, as you can see on screen, the grades were excellent overall. So the main conclusions is that for both cohorts, we observed a drop in attendance during the first lessons. There are a whole bunch of reasons that could explain this. For example, the trainee realized that the training does not suit him, or that is too challenging or demanding. But anyway, it's a phenomenon that is completely expected. In both cases, we were below 20% of dropouts, which is good, very good for an online training. So obviously, the major success is that if the dropout rate is low, the success rate is high. So in our case, we are above 70% of success for the two cohorts, which indicates a good general knowledge of the candidates on the topic that were covered in the training. So one can wonder if the training is of interest if the participants are already excellent. But considering the feedback we receive from the students, I believe it is really. But before highlighting all the positive vibes that emerge from this training, I would like to dwell for a few seconds on the small difficulties, very minor difficulties that we encountered during the training. The first being obviously technical difficulties such as bad internet connections, which did not allow the videos to be played online, no streaming basically, but which required the videos to be downloaded instead. To overcome this issue, we have made available the different scripts that were used for the videos. So the downloading of the video was not mandatory in the end, and the student could use the script instead. Another problem was the pace. I mean, it's not a problem, but it's I would say an issue that need an adaptation. It's not really a problem. Was the pace of the modules, which had to be slowed down during the training to allow some trainees to catch up. The training was designed to last around 50 hours, taking into account personal work. And this amount of time is not necessarily compatible with the schedule of people who have a full-time job. So we also had the opposite case, in fact, with someone who requested access to certain modules in anticipation that he could not take care of them later because of his work. So we had to adapt, basically. Finally, the period of August seems particularly busy for analysts in Africa, and several people asked us for a postponement due to an activity in the field, interfering with the completion of the training. So very, very minor issues, really. However, in the end, the positive outweighs the negative by at least a factor of 10, 20, I don't know, Jenny, but by a lot, a big number. From our perspective standpoint, we saw people who were in demand and wanted to have access to this information. I have personally received a lot of thank you emails, written all with a great kindness, you know. We also received a lot of questions, which is good, by email or during the live sessions, which clearly show that there is an interest in this type of training. We also received similar feedback from partners organizations like Land O'Lakes Venture 37. We also received a lot of questions regarding potential next steps, including other trainings in the same area. I was also asked about master or PhD position at Laval University. And I received a lot of questions about IORC Sub-Saharan African Sub-Saharan section subscription and the mentoring program. So when I believe you have a key role in this part of the program. So in my opinion, a community of food analysts is built at this point, and we need to find a way to keep it alive and active. That's all for me.
Thanks very much, Jeremy. In fact, I think it's an opportunity as well for me to highlight that the second group, as was mentioned, in fact, was a group that was supported thanks to the collaboration that we enjoyed with Land O'Lakes Venture 37. This is in relation with the implementation of a capacity building program in the East African community countries under the name of TRACE, the acronym of TRACE, and that's Trade in Agriculture Safely and Efficiently. This is also a program funded by the US Department of Agriculture. I do apologize actually to our colleagues here. I switched a little bit the order of interventions. I thought to give the the opportunity to our instructors first to give us their the overview of the initiative and also their insights. And from there, I will be moving also to those who supported the initiative, both from Land O'Lakes Venture 37 and from the US Department of Agriculture. So thank you for indulging me this slight change. I'm gonna now give the floor to Dr. Janie Dubois. Janie, tu es encore avec nous? You're still with us, right?
Yes, you can hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for giving us a few minutes. I wanted to highlight, I think we have done similar programs. Some of you may have noticed the International Food Safety Training Laboratory logo somewhere in there. And we have done activities in the region and in the Arab region. And the model of the trainings that were done that were presented in this in Jeremy's presentation is really something that can apply everywhere. And now that we have some recordings available, it will be even easier to broaden the reach. I wanted to emphasize one key aspect of this initiative, and it is that we were aiming to train local instructors or future local instructors. We understand that in a cohort of 80 people, there might be 20 that could have enough knowledge, as we saw the scores at the end. There may be 40 that have sufficient knowledge to teach the entire course. There might be 60 that have sufficient knowledge to teach one part of the course, because the scores, of course, had to do with the entire program. And as you saw, the program included advanced analytical techniques, the LC-MS pesticide residue analysis, high resolution mass spectrometry. So these are topics that are not necessarily implemented, and technologies that are not necessarily implemented everywhere yet. So we did have some people who were just at their first contact with some of that technology and the methods, the multi-residue methods and all of that. So now we are in the process, I guess, of selecting future trainers. So what we're hoping to do is this domestication of the capacity building. So not always requiring people to move in from another continent to deliver training, but rather organize through our program, organize regional events that will have lead instruction by local scientists who work in this field. And as Jeremy mentioned, this opportunity here created a community of analysts that were very proactive at creating, address books and trying to share information about what each of them does. And so this is going to strengthen, it's going to help strengthen the community of food safety scientists on the continent. One of the downsides we rarely talk about, and it's less and less over time, but we still have to consider that, is the online training is difficult in some countries where the connectivity is not great. So some people were not able to participate at all in the live sessions because they did not have enough bandwidth or even the availability of a computer during their work hours to participate in the sessions. So management buy-in is an important factor in training like this because, as Jeremy mentioned, it's difficult for people to do everything after hours. And we definitely want to hold the live sessions during the day, not at night, because people have family obligations, but then we need management buy-in to let people have the time to do it. So despite the limitations that were brought about by COVID, we were really, really happy of the outcome. We definitely have a very strong team. And in selecting the future local instructors, it's difficult because we have a lot of people who would be very well qualified to do it and have great communication skills. So our next step is to help this very much smaller group, obviously, learn how to deliver the program themselves, but with the hands-on portion. So we're going to be going into a laboratory with our small team of future trainers, and we're going to be doing all of these methods to ensure that they obtain the results, or accurate results, hopefully. As Owen was mentioning, accurate is important, precision is good, but and this will, of course, improve, hopefully, the trade between countries. We have a large focus on trade because that's usually the reason why the laboratories get developed beyond measuring nutritional quality. When you get into the food safety parameters or the SPS requirements, it's usually because of trade. So we try to be conscious of that and put a large emphasis on facilitating analytical understanding and exchange of results, exchange of information between countries that will help facilitate trade. So I'll leave it at that. I can talk about these programs for hours, as you can imagine. They are, in my view, they are fantastic. It is absolutely wonderful that Université Laval is hosting the laboratory. And I can't tell you how excited we are to eventually host some hands-on training in that facility, as well as in other facilities around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks to you and to Jeremy for your leadership and for all the time and dedication that you have devoted to this program. And again, the feedback that was mentioned is really testament to the great work that you did. So again, thank you for your support. We will move now to a colleague representing the TRACE program from Lendolate's Venture 37. Gerald Mizioki has actually kindly agreed to be with us today. I believe Gerald actually followed the program as well, and also is part of the organization of the TRACE program. So Gerald, thank you for agreeing to be with us on a Sunday. We understand, you know, it's a time that you took upon yourself to be with us. So please, you know, share with us your insights as to the way you felt this program went, and if you have any constructive, you know, areas of improvement that we need to work on, please share them with us. Thank you. We cannot hear you, Gerald. I think you are still muted, so if you don't mind unmuting your microphone.
Yes, sorry. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gerald. Yes, as it's been mentioned, I have been part of the team running the TRACE project, which is a USDA funded initiative. And the initiative spans from 2019 up to 2024 for about 4.5 to 5 years. With several objectives, and one of the objectives, I'm not going to go through all the objectives, but one of the objectives of the project is actually to strengthen SPS institutional framework, both for the public and private sector. It is a program that is covering the whole of the EAC countries, that is Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi. And within this specific objective of strengthening the SPS institutions, there is one program which we have been running, and the first phase is actually completed in collaboration with the Global Food Regulatory Science and the University of Laval, and also the Institution of Food Safety, whereby we were looking at improving the laboratory capacity of analysts, as it has been mentioned already by Jeremy. And this was working in two phases, whereby the first phase was the training, and Jeremy has already given a thorough detail of how the training was conducted. I was actually one of the trainees, and it was really engaging and eye-opening. And I would strongly recommend it to any other countries or any other institutions that would be interested in learning about, especially the analysis bit and how to look at or review methods of analysis that would help them in not only the risk assessments, but also doing maybe some root cause analysis. Now, as a project, we have been running various activities within the EAC region. And these activities on the laboratories was aimed at being able to establish equivalence of analytical data for the participating labs. And also, we looked at a position whereby we'll be in a position to do the mapping of laboratory services, whereby we look at their scope of analysis and their testing capabilities. And this came as a result of an engagement whereby when the project started, we did an assessment, and that assessment unearthed one major weakness in the region. And that weakness was about areas where the industry or the exporters and importers were often and are still often being subjected to repeat testing, both in the exporting and importing countries. Now, this is because, of course, due to the lack of trust in the accuracy of analytical results. Now, this training, we have realized as a result of having that collaboration between the laboratories, it stands or it will go a long way in terms of building the trust, but also being able to bring labs that are working in the same space together to discuss issues that pertain either the results or the methods they're using. And this is where we have now gone to the second phase, whereby we are looking at, with AOC, we are looking at methods alignment in terms of alignment of the test methods that are being used on testing similar analytes of course, in commodities that are being traded across the borders. Now, as a result of that, we are looking at being able to influence an EAC, that is East African Community Policy Paper on test methods, that will be fit for purpose and that will be able to guide laboratories on the path towards their accreditation. Now, of course, because Jeremy has talked enough about the training itself, I will not get into the statistics of the training because they're exactly what Jeremy has presented. But as a trainee, because I participated in the training myself, I would really like to recommend the institute, that is the Global Food Regulatory Science Platform, PARERA, that is, the Institute of Food Safety Science, and also the University of Laval, who helped to have this training done. Now, listening to what most of the participants have been telling us as the facilitators from Land O'Lakes, they would actually like this to be expanded to other areas besides the area that was covered on, particularly on mycotoxins and pesticide residues. They would strongly recommend to have the same expanded to other analytes. So I think that's one of the few areas whereby it's a good recommendation. If the platform can be able to address that, then that would be very important. I think with those few, unless somebody has got a specific question, specifically to be addressed by Trace or Land O'Lakes, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you very much for inviting us to participate in this forum. Thank you.
Gerald, and I guess actually you gave us your insights as one of the colleagues who followed the training. And we have a number, in fact, of colleagues who apparently are part of our participants today. And I would like to open the floor, in fact, to them to essentially say a few words about the way they lived essentially this experience. So I believe that there is at least one or two colleagues with us on the line. So you will have the opportunity. I think you'll be unmuted, and you can unmute your microphone and please intervene by introducing yourself first, and then sharing with us your insights. I think Fabian, you are here and you requested the floor. Fabian, if you can unmute yourself. Okay. And, great. Yeah, we can hear you.
I've done that. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ozioko Fabian. Yeah, from from Nigeria. I work with a country that I actually participated fully in to be introduced to so many methods of analysis of contaminants with all we had as resource. Actually, what I was, because the selection criteria actually was transparent, but I would like if it was possible for us to have the practical, that's the hands-on, so that we'll be able to actually live through these theories that, or the principles that we're able to go through during the training. Also, like the last speaker said, it would be good if we also extend these things to some other, like the colors in colors, because it's also important because of the carcinogenic properties of some of these colors that they add in food, especially in oil. So I would want if there could be extension in these areas, maybe in the other training plan that the organization will come up with. I'm really grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And it's unfortunate because your intervention was a little bit interrupted by the internet issues. If I got your input correctly, I guess you recommended definitely to move with the hands-on, face-to-face phase, as well as I think we heard a recommendation to expand the scope of training to other parts of the analytes. I heard, I think, colorants as one of the areas of interest. I'm going to see if there is another colleague who followed the training and give also the opportunity another last intervention before we give the floor to Michel Flavin from the US Department of Agriculture. Anyone else that we see? Yes. If you can give me the name. Okay. Okay, so I guess we're not having immediate intervention. So looking at the time, again, I think we'll give the floor right now to Michel Flavin from the US Department of Agriculture. As I mentioned, this program was implemented thanks to the support of the US Department of Agriculture Foreign Agriculture Service, supported also by the US International Development Agency and by Land O'Lakes Venture 37 through the TRACE program. Michel, thank you for being with us on behalf of the US government, and please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Godfrey. Good morning and good afternoon. My name is Michel Flavin. I work at the United States Department of Agriculture's Foreign Agriculture Service, based in Washington, D.C. as a program manager covering food safety and MRLs in Africa in our Trade and Regulatory Capacity Building Division. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you, Dr. Godfrey, and our hosts and partners for giving me the opportunity today to speak at this Global Food Regulatory Science Symposium on behalf of the USDA and the Foreign Agriculture Service, also known as FAS. FAS has been a long-standing partner to positive change through global agricultural efforts. In particular, we feel strongly about the value of sanitary and phytosanitary safety measures needed to be taken, not just for the benefit of our global economy, but for the benefit of humanity for safer, more accessible food. Thanks to the partnership and programming with Laval University, G-Force, and the platform of food risk analysis and regulatory excellence, we are proud to support this food safety laboratory capacity building training and its completion of phase 1. We look forward to the many phases to follow and the sustainability of this food safety initiative, thanks to the continued public-private partnerships and collaborations, such as Waters Corporation's Waters Corporation, Land O'Lakes, Venture 37, AOAC, and the African Union. The completion of this phase leads us one step closer to harmonized food safety standards and the capacity on the local level to implement science and risk-based approaches that support those standards. With these continued partnerships, new learned skills, confidence in yourselves and your laboratory results, you and this work is representation of food safety excellence. Today is a day to celebrate and show that all your hard work has not gone unrecognized. This 4-month intensive online food safety training covered technical topics like the principles of gas chromatography techniques all the way to quality assurance and food regulatory management. This work supports the enhancement of food safety testing and the free flow of trade for food and agri-food products. With the completion of the first phase, we know that this is just the beginning. I hope that we all see that the current impact of your work in this food safety program will only grow with time and perseverance. Africa is the food basket of the world, and I'm so grateful to have begun this work with more than 70 accomplished individuals representative of nearly 30 different African member states. I'd like to personally congratulate these participants on their success throughout this course. And on this day, may you feel the reward and value your efforts have on yourself, your community, and the future of our food safety systems. Thank you.
Very much, Michelle, and I know that a number of our participants in this program either are here and in fact are expressing really their comments, but also some of them indicated that they were hampered from attending this session on a Sunday simply because of internet issues related to Sunday itself, not being able to participate from their work premises. So we will definitely ensure to convey your message, to pass your message along to all those who participated and contributed to this effort. So again, thank you to all the participants, to all the instructors and the leaders, but also to hopefully the future leaders of the food analytical community in Africa who contributed to this program. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the supporters, the USDA, USAID, and also to Waters and Land O'Lakes, Venture 37. And with this, we end, in fact, this particular part of this program. And in fact, we're going to move to another area, again, inspired from the capacity building program that we had the privilege, in fact, to implement. And that is to try to envisage areas how we can sustain the effort of capacity building and also support access to the maximum number of food analysts, food analytical scientists from Africa and other parts of the world, and definitely also including this part of the world in the Arab region, to capacity building initiatives. And Michelle mentioned in her remarks the importance of public-private partnerships. And again, this initiative was truly driven by this public-private collaboration. So as a result of this, a number of us, and particularly those from the AOAC community, so again, it's the same culprits, have been thinking about a way to sustain this effort and to develop a public-private collaborative mechanism that will help us, again, to develop and to disseminate best practices in food laboratory science that underpin, again, food regulatory measures. And this is the idea that I have the privilege to introduce to you on behalf of the team. Some of you may have heard me already speak about it, but for some of you who know me, I tend to be persevering in repeating the same thing until actually we get the momentum and hopefully the traction and the support. Not necessarily the same thing, perhaps actually an adapted version thanks to the input that we receive. So in fact, the intent of this presentation today is to share with you this idea and to have the opportunity of hearing from you as to how we can potentially improve it and even actually move forward to implementing it. I'm going to see if I'm going to face the same problems as Owen faced earlier. So far, it's, well, I guess I'm not using the right direction here. Yeah. Okay, so the intent or the objective. It's really to build a center of excellence in food safety laboratory science, but also in food regulatory science, serving Africa and the Arab region. This is meant to support major initiatives that are currently underway. We know Africa is in complete transformation right now, driven by the integration efforts resulting from the African Continental Free Trade Area and its implementation. The Middle East and this region also is witnessing a number of regulatory transformations, mostly with the creation of new agencies, the creation of the National Food Safety Authority in Egypt. A number of other countries are reforming their food regulatory system. So it is a period of change and transformation, and we're looking at ways to accompany that. At the same time, there are a number of investments that we are witnessing in Africa and in the Arab region, capacity building programs dedicated to this area. And the idea is to leverage this effort and maximize its impact. So the idea came to create a 4-pillar based approach that will focus on definitely capacity building and training. So essentially looking at aspects of food laboratory science, basically building on the successes and even on the learnings that we have from the initiatives such as the one that we've heard about, but also complementing it with other aspects of food regulatory science, risk assessment, risk management, regulatory policy development. Also using both type of capacities, face-to-face training, and I would say the traditional capacity building delivery mechanisms, but also what technology is offering us and what we've learned from the COVID-19 period, using virtual reality and all the technologies that allow, in fact, remote interventions. Looking also at developing partnerships with academic centers in the targeted areas and attempting also to certify the training in such a way that there would be an attestation of achievement for the competencies that will be gained. A second pillar is to bring the state-of-the-art analytical technologies to the region, to the targeted region, and make it available for demonstration, but also for application development. This means that we will need and we will have to rely on the technology providers. And I'm looking at you here, among some of you are represented in this room, who would be willing to contribute as private partners by making available freely the technologies that they have developed for the purposes of training, for the purposes of acquisition of competencies, and also for the purposes of development of applications. To scientists from the targeted regions who would be potentially coming to the center or using virtual reality will be trying various options for their application development and potentially making a choice for the technology or the methodology of choice that fits their purpose. We're also aiming to offer through this initiative a number of services, and this is also for the purposes of sustainability. So some services in the area of analytical science services, regulatory services. And this is also where the private element can materialize. We know that there are some difficulties of accessing some of the technologies in the targeted region. There is a potential, and this is part of the idea, is to build an online laboratory instrument supermarket hub, laboratory instrument or laboratory applications in order, again, to contribute to the dissemination and potentially also to the affordability of these tools. We're hoping also that the center would contribute in the implementation of some research initiatives, data collection initiatives, and to act as a data and intelligence hub, for example, for collection of data on occurrence of contaminants in food, contributing to the effort of collecting food consumption data, even actually act as a center for monitoring and early warning and foresight for the region as well. Now, it is not the intent of this center to become a center of routine analysis in any way and not to compete in any way with private operators that would work in this area. Rather, the intent is to provide an enabling environment for the multiplication and maybe for the investment of private operators to open more centers of analysis that will serve the interests of the region, both regulatory agencies and the food and agri-food industry. Now, what we are looking for is, again, using the public-private partnership. We're looking, of course, at the involvement of our organization, the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. Because we are a non-for-profit organization, we would like to promote public goods. And we were looking also at anchoring this initiative in academic centers and programs in the region. Given that we are talking about food laboratory science, we cannot envisage to do that without the partnership of AOAC International. And obviously, if we are talking about Africa and the Arab region, we will be looking at the partnership of the Sub-Saharan Africa section, as well as hopefully the newly to be created section in the Arab region. And we hope to develop unique partnerships with food regulators, both in the African continent as well as in the Arab region. So this is what we are looking at generating, hopefully relying on competent and experienced staff that will be contributing to this center, creating content for training and content that could be certified, that could be also disseminated through the collaboration with academic centers, looking at creating unique partnerships with food regulators in the region, partnerships with the technology providers and making available the latest, the state-of-the-art technologies and tools, and also hoping that the sustainability of this effort will also be promoted through collaboration with a number of funding partners and capacity building promoters, such as the programs that are developed and implemented by the USDA, USAID, and other development and aid programs. Now, these are some of the activities that you would envisage as a result of this. Obviously, training using virtual reality, in-person training, virtual platforms, exhibitions, webinars, generation of data through the data hub, scientific services that will be made available particularly to regulators, but also to other partners and other stakeholders. So one could envisage that because of the regulatory science capacity that the center will acquire, and actually the staff or the network of experts that it will be relying upon, it could be offering, for example, a risk assessment service to, let's say, the JFDA, if the JFDA needs something in that regard, or to other, to other partners in the region. We would be also looking at the private element of this, again, to support the sustainability, potentially a partnership with a private operator that will be operating an e-commerce service, out of which this not-for-profit entity would actually get some royalties in order to sustain, again, the activity. So this actually leads me to share with you, to a certain extent, the model of operation. You see some elements of the model of operation. Of course, primarily, we're looking at creating some public goods. And this is what I mentioned: training programs, laboratory proficiency and verification programs, the data that will be collected, the risk assessments, and any type of support to food regulatory decisions such that they are underpinned by a scientific and regulatory science rationale. Now, we have moved in the analysis of this idea, and we have identified that we've looked at where we could locate this physically. And our choice at this point is actually landing on the Arab Republic of Egypt for a number of reasons. Egypt is at the intersect of both continents or both areas, the African continent as well as the Arab region. Egypt is also the center of the League of Arab States. And we are thinking also for connectivity, from a connectivity standpoint and infrastructure. we could go or reach most of the areas of the African continent from Egypt. The idea, however, is not to restrict this to Egypt, but rather to think also of a hub and a node, different nodes model. So essentially, depending on the needs, depending on the thematic, for example, requirements, if we need a particular area or a particular emphasis on mycotoxin testing in a particular area of Africa, for example, because of the type of crops or the type of agri-food business development in an area, one would not exclude that essentially a physical center could be set up in collaboration or in partnerships with the relevant partners of that particular region. That also does not exclude that you would have a similar center here in the GCC states, given that you would like to cover the entire region of the Arab region and Africa. Of course, we're hoping to have this initiative integrated or supporting the efforts in food regulatory integration of the African continent, particularly in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area development. We're looking, of course, at supporting various activities right now of convergence of food regulatory decisions, the Arab Task Force on Food Safety, other coordination initiatives by the GCC, Standardization Organization, and other initiatives. And hopefully also to be able to address some of the emerging issues, and climate change being one of them, through the development of technological solutions and analytical solutions, amongst other things. For example, to answer the emergence of new contaminants, in different crops as a result of climate change and different conditions of agriculture. You see basically the model of operation. We're looking at, of course, a sustainable project. We will be relying, and we have to rely on the in-kind contribution, but it's in-kind, but through really instrumentation. So essentially, it has a cash value, instrumentation, tools, consumables of the technology providers. We're looking also at some support from development initiatives. If we can, capture or be identified through this initiative as an implementer of a number of capacity building programs, thanks to programs that already exist, and actually see the value of relying on this center as as an area where there is value added to rely on this center of excellence. And of course, looking at this public-private partnership with the e-commerce model, if there is a private operator, and of course, if the sales are being supported by the activities of the center, there might be a return on investment that will be coming to this not-for-profit operation. Now, so far, there are 3 individuals that have been involved in this effort to try to steer it forward. Actually, Dr. Owen Fraser here, Dr. John B, and myself, and of course, supported by the various organizations. We had the opportunity to present this initiative to the board of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society, and we received the support from the entire board to move forward. We have been talking to a number of development partners, and we received really great encouragement, for example, from colleagues from the US Department of Agriculture. And we continue, in fact, to seek support and partnerships with other partners such as the African Union and, of course, standardization organizations in the various regions, and the GSO being one of them. We're looking right now at the development of this operation model, including a costing scheme for the operations of the center, because we would like to make sure that the investments are done in a careful manner. And we are even actually moving to identify some of the hosting sites that could allow us really to kickstart this initiative. I wanted to use the opportunity of a meeting such as this one with a number of opinion leaders, whether be it present here with us in Dubai or actually with us online, in order to, first of all, introduce the idea, but also to hear your insights, your input. Again, emphasizing on the value that we could gain from this public-private partnership. Thank you again for your attention and your support. If you have any questions, we can take those either online or here. And I will not take them alone. I have the privilege of having Owen with me, so. I'm not seeing any questions. Well, hopefully there is support.
Yeah, we are supporting.
Okay, there is support.
We already said that.
There is a question. Yes, please.
Yeah, it's not a question, it's a comment. I think it's a very nice initiative. I will say, because just like I have captured the words from your presentation that the labs were precise, but the result they are delivering was not accurate. What does it mean is that you need an infrastructure where all the components from the technology, from the regulations are harmonized, and separate platform where we are developing the human capital, plus talking about the regulation harmonization, plus the training of the people who can adopt that system and can do it. That will be really, really helpful for this region, including the Africa and the GCC region. So thank you very much, and it's a very nice initiative which should be go forward.
Okay, thank you very much. So, you know, I will take you on that on that comment as a technology provider. Dr. Khalid will be definitely discussing. So
we conduct this kind of learning from India in the government organizations.
Yeah.
So where we have the infrastructure, and of course the private partners like Waters also joins the team. And we had some African countries, you know, there are more than 100 people attended the training programs. In fact, we conducted already, train the trainer programs and all that we conducted. Maybe that will be right choice to go forward and
definitely
centralized lab,
yeah,
and do the things.
Definitely. I mean, we would be looking at synergies with any initiative that would allow us to have these synergies, but also to get the learnings from, for example, initiatives that are implemented in India or in other parts of the world. So again, thank you for your support. I think there is. There were a couple of questions, a couple of hands that were raised. We're going to give you the floor. So please feel free to unmute yourself and to intervene. Yeah, Chandra. Yeah, Chandra Shekhar from India. So please unmute yourself. I think you are enabled as a panelist. So please proceed. And also Nisha, I believe, another colleague who have their hand raised. We seem to be having some issues with either the microphone unmuting or the connection. In all instances, you know, again, please feel free to provide us with your insights, your comments. It's not going to be the last time that you're going to hear about this initiative, believe me. We are going to be trying to seek partnerships and support from all the partners and stakeholders. So thank you again for your support. I think we are practically on time right now to move to the next. We're following the program practically to the T so far. We're going to move, in fact, now to introducing a number of initiatives. So this is really the afternoon of introducing either accomplishments or new initiatives. And I'm going to give the floor now to my colleague, Dr. Miem Gissouma from Tunisia. Dr. Gissouma is the Director of Regulated Products at the National Agency of Safety of Products in the Republic of Tunisia. WIAM is also a founding member and a member of the board of directors of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. And WIAM is in fact going to be introducing the capacity building initiatives that our organization has been involved in. So WIAM, thank you for being with us, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Samuel. Beginning, I would like to express my pleasure to participate with you on these interesting events. And I extend my sincere gratitude to Professor Samuel and all G-Force team, also for all organizers and sponsors of these events. University Laval, Dubai Municipality, and to the elite experts and scientific, technical, and administrative competences. Today, I will speak as a founding and board member of G-Force. I will present the reviewing in supporting capacity building in food regulatory science at regionally and globally levels. Our vision is to be a global leader in the generation and dissemination of knowledge and competences, and help modernize food control system internationally. Our mission is to promote the development of competences and support the development and implementation of food control system. Our values are transparency, inclusiveness, collaboration, independence, and G-Force team composed 12 countries, 14 international experts with infinity of opportunities. We can classify members like founding members, board of directors, and other team members, affiliated and no affiliated members. The G-Force team comprises members from Canada, Ireland, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Qatar, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, China, and India, who are current and former scientists, regulators, and professionals working in disciplines related to food regulatory science, from food regulatory agency at any level of government, no government organization, service providers, and academic for capacity building, generation and dissemination of knowledge and competences, strengthen the coordination of food safety regulation requirements in the Arab region, and contribute to enhance the convergence of food safety measures in the Arab region in line with Codex standards and general guidance. Also, G-Force contributes to propagate. Yes. Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. There seems to be a little problem with your connection. And may I suggest that you switch off your camera just to save a little bit of the bandwidth? Perhaps it will improve the quality of the connection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So G-Force support propagate best practice in disciplines such as the application of risk analysis principle to harmonize of food regulatory measures and to enhance collaboration between Arab food safety regulators and their counterparts of international food safety agencies. To achieve this mission and fulfill our vision, a great deal of effort has been deployed, such as harmonization and coordination efforts will be pursued through a variability of mechanisms, including support preparation, codex meeting, and stronger visibility of Arab codex delegation. For capacity building efforts concern skills development and competency enhancement, data mining tools and data mining methods, and data generation, like data conception data and occurrence data. And also knowledge sharing efforts will be pursued through including support knowledge dissemination and transfer, peer-reviewed scientific publication, organization of scientific events, workshops, and other educational and learning programs. In line with the objective of G-Force to encourage knowledge sharing and networking, key areas of intervention combine the various components to support investment in food regulatory science has been deployed by G-Force team, like knowledge generation by addressing gaps in areas such as availability of food consumption data, occurrence data for contaminants and nutrients, conduct risk assessments management considerations, and impact analysis of proposal food regulatory measures. Another area of intervention is the knowledge communication and transfer. It will be pursued through including peer-reviewed scientific publication, the development and the promotion of dedicated publication, of scientific events, training, workshop, course curriculum development, and other educational and learning programs. And also, G-Force intervenes in network development to facilitate the sharing of experiences, development of common priorities, and promotion of best practice in applying food regulatory science, such as the application of risk analysis principle and convergence of food regulatory measures in alignment with Codex standards and general guidance. G-Force also contribute to develop close ties and partnerships with the other national and international not-for-profit organizations in the area supporting specific aspects for food regulatory science. The G-Force expanding horizons through the exploration, development, and implementation of new and innovative projects to promote the generation and dissemination of knowledge and competences related to food regulatory sciences. To work in the areas of intervention previously presented, several action and innovative projects that promote the generation and dissemination of knowledge and competences have been taken, like strengthening many networks, establishment of expert working group, and also to design and implementation of web-based learning platform for enhancing sharing knowledge, and developing a peer-reviewed scientific journal as part of scientific communication and transfer of data, and also for dissemination of methods and researchers' results, and also the organization of scientific events, training, and workshops. Here we can show in this slide the relationship between the projects, different projects and initiative developed by G-Force to achieve its vision and accomplish its mission. We talk, for example, the networking projects. If the triple action project, it will be contribute to the harmonization and coordination by supporting preparation codex meetings and strengthen visibility of Arab codex delegation. It will also contribute to support capacity building through competency development and promotion of best practice in applying food regulatory sciences, such as the application of risk analysis principle. And this networking also can contribute to knowledge sharing by facilitating the sharing of experiences. Here are the main networks developed by G-Force: MENA Codex Network, Arab Food Laboratory Network, Arab Risk Analysis Network, and Sub-Saharan Food Laboratory Networks. We show here the MENA Codex initiative. A network, the website of this initiative is arabcodex.com.org. This initiative aims to enhance codex competences in the MENA region, promote effective participation of the region's delegation in international food standard setting activity, and to maximize the relation of MENA countries on codex standards for the establishment of national food regulatory requirements. We show here some works accomplished by Codex MENA initiative. For example, of Codex curriculum during the period from 12 to 30, 2021. This curriculum aims to enhance and coordination and impact of Codex activity in the MENA region, taking stock of Codex Technical Committee and preparation for the 44th session of Codex Committee and Commission meetings, CAC 44. Also, the expert working group of Codex MENA initiative carried out an analysis of agenda items and prepared the CCFL 46, CCRVDF 25, CCFIX 25, and CCF 14, and CCGP 32. For the Arab Food Laboratory Initiative, it's a capacity building project that aims to enhance food laboratory capacity and competences as key components of building a robust food control system. Also to setting a structured food and feed laboratory testing capacity in the region, identify gaps and rank priority areas and investment needs in food laboratory capacity building. This project also in competency enhancement and programs, support uniformity of testing and organize regulatory inter-laboratory testing and proficiency testing program of food laboratory in the region, Arabian region. This project contribute also to disseminate knowledge and experience between laboratories. For the learning platform, as presented previously by Professor Samuel and other colleagues, this project support to education in food regulatory science. GFORCE support course curriculum development and other educational and learning programs, support candidates to follow food regulatory science education through credited and no-credited training, including through the provision of scholarships and partial or total support to tuition fees. GFORCE promote also the development and dissemination of learning curriculums in academic institutions around the world and propagate best practice in applying scientific discipline, such as the application of the risk analysis principles. The learning platform of GFORCE provides course and curriculum developed concern food laboratory sciences, food regulatory operations, food risk analysis, food regulatory policy, food safety, and quality management systems. Here we will speak about the peer-reviewed scientific journal developed by GFORCE, the GGFORCE. The GFORCE journal, GGFORCE, is one open access to readers, peer-reviewed publication supporting knowledge sharing efforts of the society and its regional representations. GGFORCE, it's open science, open data, open source, open methodology, open peer review, open access, and open educational resources. Also, the specification of the GGFORCE that it's for author, it's free of charge. Here we can see some events organized by GFORCE, like Second Risk Assessment Symposium for Latin America and the Caribbean. This event that seeks to contribute the stronger risk analysis in the Latin America and Caribbean region. Also, GFORCE organized webinar to enhancing food safety testing to support the fifth flow of treated food and agri-food products. And GFORCE also organized a panel discussion to sharing a path forward to harmonization of food regulatory requirements in the Arab region. For discussion, food laboratory capacity building needs, proposed Arab approach for food standards development, vision for enhanced codex coordination and building food regulatory measures, and also to harmonize food regulatory measures and coordination with the national bodies. The global goal of G-Force can be met only if we work all together. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Riam. And again, we may not maybe take some questions right now, given actually that we have some problems of connectivity. And thank you for introducing all the various initiatives on behalf of the organization. And thank you as well for your commitment individually to the work that we conduct. With that, I know we are a little bit in advance of the time, but we will still proceed. It will allow to finish the program a little bit earlier. We're going to move to a last initiative that we're introducing today. In her introduction, Dr. Riam Bissouma spoke about a journal that the Global Food Regulatory Science Society is developing to be essentially an instrument of publication in a peer-reviewed form. And in fact, Dr. Amin Assouf will be introducing this initiative to you. So Amin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Professor Saab. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for my colleague, Dr. Riam, for all these clear explanations about all the initiatives and endeavors of the G-Force. And I will be detailing more one of them, which is related to the scientific publishing or the scientific journal, which will be published and sustained by the G-Force. So we chose to call the journal the G-Force, so the Journal of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. So quickly, I will go through first why the scientific publishing is so important in the framework of the mission of G-Force. Then we will go briefly into the main characteristics of this journal, a background, the scopes, and the main key elements of this publishing platform. And of course, we will end by a conclusion and our future perspectives. So, as Dr. Riam stated, the G-Force, or one of the key strategy for promoting G-Force mission, will be through this scientific publication. Since the mission, or one of the main elements of the mission of G-Force, is to promote the generation and dissemination of knowledge and competencies related to food regulatory science. And what a better way to do this dissemination of information rather than through a scientific publishing platform. Plus, this journal will help us to gain more international visibility, will help us to transfer the latest tools and knowledge, to tackle emerging issues, and to facilitate communication between the targeted communities. Brief background. So the Journal of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society, the G-Force, will be the scientific publication of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. This creation, or the creation of this journal, reflects the vision of the society to be the global leader in the generation and dissemination of the science of food regulatory scientific knowledge and competencies. G-Force aims to foster information sharing among scientists, researchers, and to promote the generation and dissemination of knowledge and competencies related, of course, to food regulatory sciences. Our audience, our targeted community or targeted audience, mainly serving academic institutions, government agencies, competent authorities in charge of food and feed oversight, food industries, and anyone interested in food regulatory sciences. So our aim is mainly that G-Force will cover a lot of different scientific disciplines related to food regulatory sciences. So as we can see here, going from analytical methods and the method validation related to food control and food processing, to food risk analysis related to physical, chemical, microbiological, and nutritional issues, food risk assessment, impact assessment of food regulatory measures, food regulations, new food technologies, current and emerging issues in food safety and quality. So a wide range of scientific disciplines will be covered in the scope of this journal. Some very important key elements that we want to highlight during this presentation and related to the JG Force. First, as my colleague Dr. Wiam stated, the open access policy. So in respect to our mission and to our vision, we will maintain this journal as an open access platform for scientists and for all the targeted communities. So strictly open access, free of charge for authors to publish their work into our journal. And of course, in order to maintain a sustainable initiative and a sustainable journal, this initiative will be funded through other G-Force revenue generating initiatives. We would like also to highlight as a key element that our journal will follow a peer review process as all scientific journals. So 3-phase peer reviewed submission process, a minimum of 2 independent reviewers will be named, and we will aim for a fully transparent review process. A very important key element specifically for the region is that JG Force will allow publication in 3 languages which are adopted in the region. So mainly English, but also we will be accepting papers and manuscripts in French and particularly in Arabic. And we will be responsible of naming high quality peer reviewing by competent reviewers in each of the 3 languages, whether Arabic, French, and of course English. However, we will request with all manuscripts submitted in French or in Arabic, other than English, to be followed by a detailed abstract in English, just to sustain this publication and to make it more comprehensible internationally. Any conflict of interest has to be identified and will be identified through all publishing processes in our journal. Another very important key element, so the author guidelines also will be accessible through our website in 3 languages. So in English, of course, in Arabic, but also in French. And our publishing system is supported by a very simple and easy 5-step publishing process. So we aimed to make this submission process very easy and accessible easily through 5 steps for everyone. So as a conclusion, JG Force is ready starting from now to accept your submissions. Of course, we will be amending our website and continuous updates will be made available on the journal website in the few coming weeks. And please do not hesitate to send us any feedback from your side. Finally, I would like to thank all the experts and the G-Force team, starting with Professor Samuel, but also all my colleagues who helped me through this endeavor to prepare all needed material necessary for the launching of this journal, starting by Dr. Wiam, Dr. Karima, Dr. Noura, Mrs. Joyce, Mr. Joseph, Mrs. Ruba, and Dr. Eli. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Amin. Any questions from the group? Yes, Martin?
Will this journal be dedicated to this region because of the language, English, French, and Arabic? So I guess in Latin America, people will complain it's not Spanish.
If we get a request for Spanish, we might actually include some activities in that area. Right now, we're definitely not targeting only this region. I mean, the African region is there as well, part of it. But definitely, I mean, if essentially our initiatives as an organization increase in Latin America and the Caribbean region, and Spanish becomes really an area where we need to develop, we will be investing resources in that area. So far, however, when we think about the revenue generation aspect, which is essentially the way we are supporting these initiatives, they are primarily focused on Africa and the Arab region, primarily. Yeah.
So, of course, I guess it's international, so everybody's welcome.
Yeah, we're aiming for that, definitely. But as a starting point for the languages that we will be supporting for the time being, It's going to be in French, English, and Arabic.
So does this, does that mean that now it is officially launched? So the red ribbon is cut already, or there is like a ceremony, or this is the actual ceremony?
Yes, and in fact, we can consider that it is officially launched, but of course, we will be updating our website continuously through the next few weeks.
So when the site is fully operational, because the site is there, you can check it out. It's gforce.com. So if you go through gforce.com, the journal is there. However, all the material for the publication requirements and so on is being updated by the team right now. And when all of that is done, hopefully all the members of GForce and I guess the food regulatory science community will receive updates that this is up and operational.
I've got some ideas, we'll discuss it later.
Okay, great, thank you. Yes, please.
Could I perhaps make a suggestion that perhaps would be the first first set of articles in the journal could possibly be the report of this workshop?
Thank you so much.
That wasn't planted.
No.
You didn't discuss.
I know, but it feels as if we did.
Yeah.
It is definitely actually a recommendation of the team that probably a special issue could be dedicated, in fact, to this symposium. And the number of articles could be derived from the presentations that were made, particularly in areas, technical areas, such as what we discussed on the consumption study surveys, the methodologies, etc. Perhaps actually the findings that Dr. Fraser has to report from the African study, etc. So definitely anything that will be stemming from this symposium could be qualifying. And I guess the editorial team will be making probably a call for papers for the participants in the symposium in order to trigger that interest.
Yeah, thanks. And this is quite timely because we've already started work on preparing a paper on the survey as well as the benchmarking program, performance benchmarking program. So I think this is really good timing. So we will talk about that a bit more as well.
Great.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
It's a very good idea from Pam, I think, and from Dr. over there. I mean, what is that content? It's very rich, actually, with the content, technical content, and it has the industry side, regulatory side, scientific side. So, I mean, yeah, well, we do support that. But I'm looking forward for it. We'll see if GSO even could publish something out of that.
I mean, one of the reasons why really we moved with this idea, again, supported by the entire group in the organization, was that scientists working in this area, including from regulatory agencies, actually paying to find the right home for publication because of the special nature of this discipline. It's not basically a research paper on methodology development strictly, or on a pathogen inactivation, or it's a multidisciplinary approach. And we see definitely papers related to risk assessment, risk management consideration, etc., but they tend to be disseminated also in various media. So the idea is also potentially to create a hub for this type of multidisciplinary science that we call food regulatory science, and hopefully also supported with the appropriate editorial process. And I think also the issue of accessibility, that's also another element that we try to target, part of the mission of the organization. Accessibility and affordability, hence the open access process, and hence also the open access, not only open access for readers, but open access and free of charge for authors, which is essentially the part that generally authors pay to do. If they want to have an open access opportunity, they have to pay as an author. And this is what you would like to definitely remove and support it. Now, of course, we'll have to be looking at the sustainability of this through revenue generation, and potentially also through public-private partnerships, such as targeted advertisements from supporters or sponsors, in a manner that supports the journal but still does not impede on the readability of the content.
Just a comment. I think that it is also an opportunity to raise the profile of the profession, the regulatory science as well as the laboratory science, because one of the feedback we had was that in Africa particularly, I'm not sure if it's the same situation in this region, the moment you are very good at your analytical science, you're promoted into a management role, and therefore the people who are at the bench, the experts, are really seen as somehow lower. And I think having this forum, we can really promote the profession. That will attract more people coming into the profession, and we can really build a healthy, to influence building a really healthy community going forward in this area.
Thank you. Thank you. Mohammed, please.
First of all, thank you very much for the last 1 hour of initiatives and good things. It's great to have it at the end of the day. Thank you very much for that. And I have actually two questions on the journal. So this journal will be targeting Africa and the Arab region, but is it going to accept like studies and papers from other parts of the world to be published here in the journal?
Yeah,
that's first.
Perhaps actually clarification. It is not targeting Africa and the Arab region. It is global in its approach. So essentially, we are open to receive. The journal will be open to receive publications from any part of the world. As far as the linguistic support, the language support that we are offering, it is more targeted to this region that uses the three. When I say this region, Africa and the Arab region, where the three languages are used. So essentially, we're not covering the 5 UN languages, if you will, that are used in Codex. Chinese and I guess Spanish are not included in our list at this point in time.
Yeah, so it can accept like papers from
any part
over the world.
All over the world, as long as it fits the scope of the journal. So essentially, disciplines of food regulatory science. It would be accepting submissions, at least, from all parts of the globe.
Well, not forgetting the German language, the supreme German language.
With all my love for the language, it is not a UN language so far. So I'm actually mentioning UN languages. I hope at some point we can promote food regulatory science, frankly, in any language that is possible. I hope so. So
yeah, the second question is related maybe to the data mining as well that you have presented, and one of the scope of G-Force as well. So if there are some data will be also available in this journal, some studies that on the region that can be available in this journal.
So that's really again, you see, two different channels of availability of the information. One that is the database that we hope to make accessible, such that the data is accessible to anybody as part of our open access policy. But also, if the data is subjected to analysis, to studies, and so on, and therefore it becomes really prone to publication, that would be a second vehicle of publication, definitely. Yeah.
Thank you very
much. Thank you. So I think we have addressed all the questions and comments. I think with this, we are reaching the end, in fact, of today's session a little bit in advance, so 10 minutes in advance to the targeted time. I would like to thank all the speakers, all the contributors to the various sessions of today. Also, all the participants. We managed to keep 138 participants until the end of the session online. Tomorrow's workshop, so we continue, in fact, the last day of the Global Food Regulatory Science Symposium. And tomorrow's workshop is dedicated to food safety in the digital age. The workshop is co-sponsored by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and you will hear various talks and various experience sharing opportunities on digitalization, on the impacts of COVID, on aspects related to the resilience of the food systems. And then we'll be closing the symposium with another session, speaking specifically about these emerging issues that the food regulatory science community will be addressing, particularly with the talk on resilience of food control systems. And also, we will hopefully have also a contribution from colleagues from the World Bank on their One Health agenda. Just for our participants online, just remember that you need to register again through another link. In fact, tomorrow there are 2 links. There is a link related to the workshop on food safety in the digital age. And there is another link related to the last workshop, the closing workshop. Thank you all for your contribution and your participation, and have a wonderful afternoon, day, evening, night, wherever you are around the world. Thank you very much.